Hello everyone and welcome to the stream, and today we are tackling down the brand new Intervallo 9.5-1 Intervallo twinning threads. This interval will serve as a conclusion, quote unquote, of Canto 9, so let's dive right into it. God, I'm so fucking excited. Let's jump right into the interval. Oh God, I am so fucking excited it was. I will pull a little for the new Rhodia ID. But don't expect much, you know.
연구소 순회 점검. 미안하지만 오후에 내가 한 번 할 테니 오전에 좀 부탁.
How many pulls can I expect? I can spend 60 pulls on the new Rhodia ID. The ring Rodial. The ring for Vistosent Rodion. Let's go. Oh wait.
거칠고 야만적이라고 할 땐 언제고 왜들 이렇게 눈을 못 떼? 화나기라도 한 것처럼.
Let me edit my pool thing. There, I am done. I mean, I guess Streamlock is real. Sorry, I need to send it to some friends.
이거 하면 내 만화책
Let's go! Get an answer!
나랑 약속했다.
What the fuck was the... Well, I got everything I wanted from this single 10 pull, so... Where's my Bleed Lust team? There it is. So I can switch out Rhodia there. And let's go. So you guys should know this Rhodia is a blinking ID.
서로 다른 생물의 뼈마디가 맞물리는
So bleed and sinking.
맹렬한 선율. 고작 힘줄 몇 가닥 당겼을 뿐인데도 구조적으로 비틀림 하나 없이 착착. 잠깐. 내 설명을 듣는 채도 안 하고 도망치려고? 듣기 싫다면 그 신체를 긁어서라도 잊지 못할 감상을 새겨줄 수밖에.
I will immediately skip the story because I really do not like. Again, it's not as if I usually you know, checked on the what the mirror world stories, but this is especially true for this one because I do not want to get spoiled the story of the Intervalo. So let's go. I will not. I will not. How what am I saying? I will not do a recap of her kit right there because, as you guys should know, I haven't done the must or bust for the ring nurse father Honglu. The House of Spider, the House of Spider, the ring nurse father Honglu, and the House of Spider, the ring apprentice Faust last week because I was well, a bit sick and I am sorry about that. And so I will do the must or bust next week, and I will do the ring for this docent must of docent Rodion and Mersault, because Mersault is the interval reward. You can get him for free, and I will do the ring for this docent Rodion and the ring for this student Mersault the week after. So I will do that's why I will not quickly recap the kit, but you just have to know that they are both monoblunt, gloom, envy, lust with a lust defensive skill, and they are bleed sinking based. So let's go. This is the team I will use for this interval. Let's dive right into it. Twinning threads. Funeral. Oh, Martins, I guess. I will not be voicing the characters because I'm still, yeah. I am still currently recovering from a pretty bad cough, and I don't want to fuck up my throat. So sorry about that, guys. A funeral was held for Martin and the sea researchers today. I thought I'd seen more than my fair share of death throughout my journey with the sinners. But never before had I witnessed this many people gather in one place to mourn the deceased together. The unfamiliarity made me feel a bit out of place. Am I doing this right? Most of the sinners seemed to be feeling that similar sense of being out of their element as well. Some of them were asking Mersault, apparently the most knowledgeable of them all when it came to funeral process and etiquette, all manner of questions for pointers. Expressing respect is the primary purpose. Hand placement and gesture are unimportant if that objective can be accomplished. Hey, where did you put this? Beneath the third pillow to the right. Can't any of you quit chattering for 1 second? Have you all forgotten the instruction to carry yourselves with solemn propriety that befits the occasion? Cut me some slack. I haven't been to funerals all that much. I mean, I did tell you to read the manual. I even underlined all the important parts for you. Again, Ishmael being the only one who reads. Oh. Sorry, Ishi. The wall of text was just too much for me. My focus started fizzling out from page 30 onwards. Hadn't every sinner here attended a funeral before? Back when you set foot in that grim manor in Teacorp? Ah, thou speakest of the funeral held in young Heathcliff's manor, dost thou not? The one bereft of the dead. bereft of the dead? I mean, someone had to have died, because there wouldn't have been a property dispute big enough to involve the Offi Association's notarization otherwise. I've said this time and again, but it was just an intentional anonymity to prevent family strife. Intentional anonymity, is it? If the situation was indeed as thou sayest, then there was no helping it, forsooth. Yet, 'tis a pity that the dead wasn't named at their own funeral. Oh, fuck. I'm sorry, Oh, I'm sorry, boys. I'm sorry, guys. It's just that I just remembered that every single sinner forgot about Kathy. But Catherine Earnshaw, meaning that again, they are... It's not that they're questioning what happened in Canto 6, but... Yeah... Oh, fuck. Name of the deceased was... It was Catherine's funeral. She was very dear to Heathcliff. I've thoroughly reviewed the past 5 years' worth of local newspaper pertaining to the matter, yet no such name relevant to the case was identified, manager. It's fine, Clockhead. At least you remember. That's good, ain't it? It had to be the Golden Bow's influence. Somewhere along the way, everyone's memories of the event at Wuthering Heights had become warped. The sinners seemed to think that the Golden Bough had always been there in that manner, and that Nellie was coaxed into stealing it by Herman. Linton, in their minds, was now a grieving brother who had been conducting research for his dead sister's sake. Nobody questioned it. Not Don Quixote. Not Faust. Every single sinner believed the twisted version of the memory as if it was a proven fact. Heathcliff and I gave up trying to correct them. Instead, we just check in on each other's memories every now and then. Because if there's something that he and I realized, it was that anything tied to Catherine had already been painted over. Every detail gilded and glossed over with the glow of the bough. The point is, how should I put this? The circumstances of that funeral didn't exactly leave us much room to properly express our condolences back then. Between Heathcliff running on a rampage and that Hindley guy bent on interfering with the execution of the will, I assumed that sort of impediment was pretty common stuff for funerals, but apparently not, huh? No, well, I think it's actually rare to see a place that follows proper funeral procedures. I've traveled around quite a bit myself, but I can't confidently say that I've ever been to a legitimate funeral. The one at Wuthering Heights was one of the more proper funerals, if only for pretending to have a process. They at least prepared a coffin and even had a formal reading of the will. It seems funerals are far from being an everyday custom in the city. Funerals are considered a rather extravagant practice here as well. Corporations are not eager to grant time-offs just because an irrelevant someone has died, and the price of real estate seldom makes it viable to buy land and erect memorial houses on it. Then, what other options do people usually have? We used to just leave them where they died, and after one night's sleep, the bodies were gone. Just like that. Yeah, the sweepers would swoop in. But then paying loads of money to bury them somewhere just to have that stir-up a load of daft rumors, huh? Rumors? You know, rumors about there being valuables carried with the bodies, or an arm being some fancy prosthesis, all that rot. Better to let the dead go in peace than to bury them in a grave just for some sots to later desecrate it. In Hongyuan, people tend to set up graves if they have enough room to spare. Of course, there wasn't a guarantee they wouldn't lose the burial room by the next restructuring day. Hohenheim scoffed and hung his head. Otio's foolishness. All of it. I kinda want to quickly check what Otio's means. Again, it's just that I'm not familiar with like really Oh, okay. Wow, okay, it translates it into a word that is even less used in French. Like it's a like wow. Oh god. Like it's only used in like very classic French literature, you know, like comforting the soul of the departed. Another mendacity. All those funds so carelessly squandered, all for the purpose of furnishing the living with a fragile excuse to cling on. Are those words from his heart? Or just something said to convince himself? Whichever was the truth, I couldn't see the look on his face with his head tucked so low. The funeral didn't last long. It was just a brief moment of silence, followed by a few quick goodbyes that were shorter still. The ceremony came to a close once Alice, who was still in recovery, came to pay her final respects. The flames devoured the coffins of Martin and the other researchers, announcing the end of their existence with the crackle of firewood. So, I suppose you'll be leaving now? Oh. We're staying until Gregor's stable enough to travel. Dante says we'll remain here until Gregor's condition settles. Gregor came to his senses again a few days after his enforcing metamorphosis in the battle against the Thumb Nurse Father. He was given a checkup and Hohenheim said there is no cause for concern. Physically, that is. The psychological assessment turned up disastrous, to say the least. Gregor was declared unfit for combat deployment for the time being. So you won't be leaving just yet? Good to know. Then I assume you'll be okay with us boring Sinclair for a while. Me? Yes, you. The LC wants to look into the sign you manifested, Sinclair. The higher ups didn't waste a second greenlighting the project, which means what I'm telling you is more a notice of investigation than a request for permission. Huh? Well, what investigation? What are you... It's just a rather rudimentary instance of human experimentation. Calm yourself. Human experimentation? Did you really have to put it like that, boss? Not to worry, Sinclair. A swipe or two on your skin and maybe some talk therapy. That's all there is to it. Of course, if we had your consent, the avenues of research could be vastly... No, I'm not giving you my consent! For your reference, the other departments have also submitted some quite enthusiastic requests for research and observational purposes. You have no idea. We had to get boss to fend off the LCA's Mirror World Observatorium department and their hissy fits. They wanted to be the first ones to get their hands on you and spearhead the research, you see? And had we allowed them, they'd have kept you for a good few months before letting you go. So the least you could do to thank us is to be a good boy and cooperate. Ah, just in time. Our researchers are here. Alisa waved at the researchers who were filling out of the funeral hall after paying their respects. It wasn't long before Sinclair found himself surrounded on all sides. Well, wait, I'm perfectly capable of working there on my own, so just don't run any painful tests on me. Of course. Stay strong, Sinclair. All I could do was to offer an unspoken encouragement to Sinclair, who sounded ready to collapse into full-blown panic any minute. What about you? Not going with them? Oh, it's back to the long-term recovery ward for me. I always thought scientific research was the one thing that claimed my passion, but with the recent events having introduced me to the merits of paid sick leave, I realized that time off beats research projects in my book, marginally. Enjoy it while it lasts. I highly suspect that every request for PTO submitted by our department will be rejected for the rest of the year. Well, it's true your average corporation doesn't give more than a week off a year. As soon as Alisa trudged off with her dragging steps, the researchers seized Sinclair and carried him away. Hello, Hans Vendor, welcome to the stream. Alright, we should get going too. Oh, do you all have somewhere else to be? Well, I thought I'd go visit Gregor. I'm worried about him. That's something I said I'd help with. Gotta be there for it. I went with Sinclair to get some rest. Also to keep an eye on the researchers and stop them if they try anything fishy with the experiments. Let me know later if you need anything, Dante. The sinners fanned out in different directions. They seem to have their own errands to run during our stay at the LCE. Everyone's busy with their own thing. The only ones keeping me company now were Ryoshu, who'd been filling the air around thick with cigarette smoke, and Don Quixote, who was sniffing and asking around at every corner for Vespa in a valiant quest for new color fixes' whereabouts. Faust was still here, too, staring blankly into the air. Is he accessing the Gesellschaft? You seem to have some time to spare, manager. As I stood there, wondering what I should do next to pass the time, Honheim, who had apparently finished tackling and signing the stack of papers, walked over to me. This makes things rather convenient. There is something I had intended to discuss with you and Sinner Ryoshu, a matter that requires your assistance. What kind of assistance? WKOA, says CH. Wait a minute. Did Ryoshu just step in as my interpreter? It's not that I don't appreciate her gesture, especially since she'd usually snap at me and tell me to find someone else to interpret whenever the issue came up. But I can't help but doubt whether her choice method of interpretation actually accomplishes anything. There is, I must admit, a certain novelty in witnessing the reconstitution of that which requires interpretation into yet another linguistic form equally demanding of it. It would seem we are in need of more manpower. Scratching his head, Hohenheim looked around for a moment before coming to a sudden pause, as though an idea had crossed his mind. At the end of his gaze was a certain someone who was busy badgering LCCA employees with her relentless questioning. Oh, who else, pray, might know where he is, thou knowest no? Knowest not? Now listen closely, the one I seek is a bearer of hair fashioned in the likeness of a bull. You there. Why don't you join us too? Eh? Does thou speak of me? The LCCA personnel, who were cornered by Don Quixote and her rather forceful interrogation regarding Vespa's whereabouts, took the opportunity and fled the scene without so much as a backward glance the moment their captor turned their head to enter Hohenheim. Indeed, there is a task that requires your assistance. But I have yet more words to trade with the most noble Yellow Harpoon. You seek to emulate the virtue of chivalry. Does that entail turning down the earnest plea of those in need? For the sake of clarity and distinction, it would be prudent to assign you a different identifier from that of my assistant. You are to be number 2. That is, assistant number 2. I have not yet concluded my exchange with the Yellow Harpoon, but not should I to abandon those who call for aid. Pray, speak thy quest. How may I be of service to thee? Delegating the interpretation of the manager's speech to Sinner number 4 has proven to be counterproductive. As such, your task will be to report to me what the manager says. Oh, that is indeed a simple task! However, this WKOA eludeth my understanding as well. Prithee, allow me but a little time to uncover its mystery. Relay the manager's words, not in your shoes. They are asking you what kind of assistance you need. The request for interpretation was not directed to you, but I cannot deny that your meddling in the present circumstance is a welcome one. It was simply that the irrationality and inefficiency of your suboptimal staffing choice and workflow have become sufficiently unbearable. Faust hopes this was not some guileful scheme devised to elicit past corporations. I'm sorry I had to do it. In any case, manager, this request of mine concerns an investigation into the back doors located into the House of Spiders. I deemed that the two of you would be the ones most familiar with the structure and layout of the house. After all, you were the one monitoring the entirety of the 5-pronged assault operation, and Sinner number 4's familiarity does not bear repeating. Do we go to the House of Spiders right away? HOSRA? House of Spiders right away? You have assisted enough. Perhaps you could help, Faust. Sure. Although not word for word, Faust relayed my intention to Hohenheim, who responded by shaking his head. Not immediately, no. There is one more member you should bring along. One more member? Seeing me tilting my head, Hohenheim pushed up his glasses. The apprentice who was captured alive in the House of Spiders. Kira. She has regained consciousness. Baby girl, our favorite Gyaru. Give me a second. Survivor. The place Hohenheim led us to looked less like a recovery ward and more like an interrogation chamber. Though every single medical equipment installed around seemed to be state of the art. This place looks well equipped. Probably a direct order from upper management. Although technologies to restore lost body parts are common enough in the city, A facility of this kind is required to preserve the original form of a lower body in the reconstruction process while keeping the cost reasonable. Reasonable, huh? I want to ask how expensive the other options are if this counts as reasonable. A windowless room thick with the sharp scent of medicine and chemicals. Kira was sitting on the bed at the center of the room, kicking her feet as she regarded us. For someone recovering from bisection, she didn't look much different from how she'd appeared when I'd seen her through this sinner's shared vision. She was captured alive for the extraction of information, yes? How far along is the progress of the extraction? It hasn't yet begun, actually. We are waiting until the lines of information that warrant questioning can be isolated. So far, all available personnel have been fully engaged in analyzing the documents and items discovered in the House of Spiders. Then what's I even doing here? There is work to be done contingent upon information obtainable only from a recent inhabitant of the House of Spiders. And following a discussion with the upper management, I have decided to put you to use as the company had originally intended. No TV, no comic books, just a super prickly glare in the court's shoulder whenever I ask for something to pass the time. I love how she went from the middle apprentice to prisoner. This is actually really funny. So she a cutie patootie, she cutie, with the little ribbon on her head. Pat the Kira. Fuck Matthias. And now you suddenly need my help, huh? Give me one reason I should cooperate. Hohenheim didn't so much as twitch an eyebrow at Kira's biting tone. He merely gave her a nod with a steely, imperturbable expression. I do not ask for your help. Put you to use, I believe is what I said. Huh? Your survival is not incidental. It is the result of a calculation. The company anticipates a potential profit by keeping you alive. Expected gain, as the term goes. Without such a forecast on the company's part, you would have already been disposed of. The upper management consists of people who would be disciplined to tolerate the daily maintenance and depreciation cost of this room, even at half their current numbers. Which brings us to our next point. Should you insist on maintaining this uncooperative attitude, the company may decide to convene a meeting to reassess your worth, or shall we say, lack thereof, in its projected income statement. Well, suffice to say that such a reassessment would skew heavily against your favor. The outcome would be a recommendation for immediate disposal. Hohenheim always had a way with words that could prickle and sting, but with Kira, it almost felt as if he'd traded the usual thorn off for a sharper knife, intent on twisting it right where it hurts. I'm dead meat as soon as my usefulness runs out anyway. It's not like you're gonna let me leave. Not after I killed a bazillion of your guys. Oh, so you anticipated some form of a corporate level retaliatory response against your person. That is indeed a curious line of reasoning. Then I must tell you that, unlike your typical backstreet syndicates such as the Middle, corporate entities of the city tend to avoid choices that may incur losses. The value of the information that could be extracted from an apprentice of the Middle and the combat prowess honed under the tutelage of a great brother of the Middle. These two considerations are likely what increase your value in the eyes of the company. Ha! You got zero self-respect, huh? You should consider yourself fortunate. Huh? The heck are you on about? Other companies would not solicit your cooperation by means of a verbal exchange. Your interrogator would simply open your cranium, harvest your brain, and extract any and all necessary information without going through intermediary steps such as this. Even without resorting to such methods, the range of available means to compel the disclosure of information is practically limitless. Truth serums, hypnotic suggestions, electrical shocks and stimulations, and, of course, procedures utilizing distortions and abnormalities. That being said, the LC department prefers to distance itself from such uncivilized approaches that may entail complications and after effects. I do hope that we share a similar predilection.
You're so freaking annoying, you know that, mister?
The feeling is entirely mutual. Leaving the biting chill of his threats to sink in, Hohenheim turned toward the exit. Give her some push and bring her along. I don't quite seem to be myself today. No, disregard that. That too was a rather foolish thing to say. I would defer this matter to you, manager. Work of this sort likely falls more within your capabilities than my own. And with that, Hohenheim stepped out of the room, leaving me to deal with Kira. His reaction was understandable. The LC had only just finished laying its dead researchers to rest. Kira was probably the last person anyone would want to face right now, much less speak to. What should I even say to persuade her? I was still caught in thoughts when someone, quite unexpectedly, made her way to Kira.
Yoshihide?
You. Heard you got stabbed in the back by Matthias.
That's not true. Papa wasn't landing a fatal blow unless he cut through me too. That's why he did exactly that, to aim for the enemy's head. Besides, he made the right choice. A little sacrifice ain't a thing in the family.
Huh. Family. Coming from him. A middle mud thrown out of his kennel. Doesn't it sound ridiculous even to you?
That's...
Thrown out? That fucker mate Matthias was a JB only by technicality. He fucked up badly. He was still family by name, but underneath it, everyone hoped he'd disappear quietly on his own. He was that family member nobody wanted around. Same treatment for me, being his brat. Not surprising, it's the ST for the barrel cut too.
Same taste? Oh, Yoshi, could it be that thou also dost have a passionate zeal for fixed...
I quickly clapped a hand over Don Quixote's mouth as she smoothly chimed into the conversation.
So, what exactly is your point?
The point is, you're taking too long. If you can't decide whether you want to live or die, I can shorten the hesitation. CQ, or SYNC right this instant.
What does that mean?
Cooperate quietly, or I'll snap your neck completely right this instant. SYNC isn't such a bad way to go if you're keen on taking that loyalty act straight to the grave.
Huh. This is so crappy. Whatever. I get it, okay? I'll talk if that's what you want so bad.
That actually worked?
Fixers who go out in a blaze of glory aren't actually the strong ones. It's the ones who survive. The ones who live to see another day and keep getting stronger. Anyway, Yoshihide, what's up with you talking in weird-ass abbreviations? Like SYNC? That's so random. Who even says that? Where she didn't bother to reply and simply chewed on the mouth end of a cigarette. But is this really the right call? To her, we're probably people she needs to settle the score with. As if half her tattoos are gone, Clark. They even confiscated her book. You think the middle's sorry excuse for loyalty means so much for this trade that she'd bite us? Besides... No. Better hear it from her instead. Hey, tell me... Hey, tell me why Matt has kicked the bucket. That's cause... Oh yeah, indeed, she does like a lot of her tattoos. Well, cause Papa was weaker than y'all. Huh. Yeah, you're the jerk's brat, alright. Kira pushed herself up from the bed with a sour face, but at least she didn't argue back. And we called Hohenheim, who had been waiting outside, back in. I assume the prisoner was successfully persuaded. Come, you will find your weapon on the table. You may use it in the event of an emergency. What the hell? I can't even achieve it! Oh fuck. Okay, I will finish this node quickly. I will finish this node and do a quick little something. Quick little errand will take me like about 5 minutes. You won't be able to use it without authorization. The code has been slightly adjusted. Now then, let us head to the House of Spiders at once. The back door is up and waiting for us. We made our way to the House of Spiders, with Kira trailing behind us, looking like she was smelling something particularly fishy on us. Okay. Have a little something to do. Be right back. It will take like 5 minutes. 5 minutes top.
Okay, alright, I'm back, boys. Wayfarer, let's go.
전시 준비.
이 떨림. 내 작.
전시 준비.
이 떨림.
소재가
나를 내
드디어 내 차례냐?
전원 집합. 이번 작품에 대해 논의할 시간이다.
Only a few days had passed since our last visit, but the place looked markedly different from what we remembered. The sight of the hollow, frigid atmosphere and the endless stretch of corridors hadn't changed. But Callisto's so-called artworks were now covered in white sheets, and unfamiliar devices were affixed all around the back doors. Friday, who might those people Vivas be? Looks like some shady bastards moved in already. Our guarded reaction prompted Hohenheim to step forward and gesture to one of the oddly dressed figures. It seems introductions are in order for both sides. Wayfarer Company. The new W Corp? The incoming W Corp? This is team leader Alan from Wayfarer Company. Will be working with us on the investigation into the house's back doors. Wayfarer Company? A corporate entity partnered with Limbus Company, responsible for providing portal technology. It has on prior occasion been referred to as the new or aspirant W Corp, though the name isn't an official one. Our employees also have taken to calling you the new L Corp, something we have in common given that we were both chasing after the same horizon. Ah, I remember. That company vying to take W Corp's place, right? The same horizon. He's probably talking about getting recognized as a wing. After all, the old L Corp has already fallen, while W Corp, from what I've heard, is free falling at this point. And these are the managers and the sinners of the LCB department, our field operation unit, frequently deployed to deal with on-site matters firsthand. They have more personnel, but the rest are tidied up with other duties elsewhere. Only a handful will be joining this investigation effort. I understand. Field operations units are almost always understaffed anyway. The support you've provided is more than sufficient. Alan gave an understanding nod. The man slipped off his bulky helmet before extending his hand in greeting. Pleased to make your acquaintance. The name's Alan, leader of Door Breach Team 4. Likewise. Before Faust could even relay my reciprocal greetings, words spilled out of Alan's mouth in a strangely uneven rhythm. As if my ticking didn't bother him at all, like he was sticking to a script he had rehearsed.
I've heard great things about you, Manager Dante of Limbus Company, and the boss team's performance. You capitalized on the suppression of distortions at T-Corp as leverage to push a product, and the profits were nothing short of staggering, I heard. Oh yeah, we're supposed to be distortion resolving specialists to the public. But what's that product part about? The manager says it was merely a matter of luck. They also look forward to working with you on this task. Oh, are you the interpreter? In that case, I'll be sure to consult the manager only when both of you are available. Sure. Fars didn't seem particularly pleased with the role Alan had pinned on her, but she nodded anyway. She quietly came to my side and answered my earlier question while Alan carried on with Hohenheim. He's referring to the Monolith sales project. The credit was attributed to the LCB at the express request of Mr. Hubert, T-Corp's executive director. Oh. So that's how the rumor spread, huh? We reviewed the agreements. Now I understand you'll be assisting in verifying what lies beyond the back doors. I'd appreciate it if you could share any prior knowledge you have about where these back doors connect, as detailed as you can make them if you don't mind. Hohenheim fixed Kira with a pointed look. Where was I? Hohenheim fixed Kira with a pointed look. Though Kira responded by defiantly cocking her head in a show of irritation, she still gave up a sliver of the information she had. Honestly, I've got pretty much nothing if it's about Robo-Hunk in his room. I mean, I've seen Albina heat up that door in the other one over there when she was popping out to farm stuff, but... Farm? Oh, it's, gathering material. I see. What kind of material? Human guts and all that. She'd come back hauling piles of them. So they're probably connected to some back streets area. The back streets. Any more details? Can you stop prying? You're lucky pissing me off. What? That's literally all I've got, for real. For a moment, Alan leveled Kira with a stiff expression. And even before I could register what had happened, Kira's head jerked to the side from a sudden punch by Alan. I thought Kira was nimble enough to dodge a surprise attack easily, but this one seemed to have caught her completely off guard. She stood there blinking, eyes round in rude surprise. Actually, it wasn't that he caught her off guard, it was the motion of the punch itself that somehow felt off. The fist being raised, the arm being extended, the blow making contact. The chain of actions was there, but it just didn't look normal. Did you just hit me? What the hell's wrong with... As Kira reeled from the unexpected strike, Don Quixote spoke up in a cold, sharp tone. Thou, what manner of discourtesy is this? Ah, with all that whining, I thought the bride could use a lesson to remind her of her place. I had no intention of damaging your company asset, of course. I simply assumed the level of warning would not be inappropriate in this case. Team leader Allen. That sort of conduct may not be an issue in your organization, but it is here. Should it happen again, do understand that we may choose to terminate today's joint engagement without delay. My apologies. I will keep that in mind going forward. Alan stood down without arguing back, but Kira looked far from satisfied with how Hohenheim handled the situation. Yeah, Kira, you have to keep in mind you're not really in any position to negotiate. Oh, sorry. He gets to suck me in the face and walk off scot-free? So freaking annoying. Fortunately enough, her grumbling didn't escalate into her lashing out at Alan. That punch just now, though. What was that? It exhibited a behavior that defied the standard laws of physics. Presumably a form of technology used by a Wayfarer company. Let us resume the task at hand. Sina Ryoshu, give Manager Allen whatever information you have. The door should lead to one of the ring-protected turfs. The other two on the left. I remember they were marked with the necks painted with blood. But H and I, where they actually lead, it's so blurry. It seems that's all the information we can provide. Will that suffice? We now know that the doors likely connect to a perceivable area. That's already a big improvement in terms of intel for Wayfarer Company's backdoor mapping in progress. Which means there's less chance of us encountering a space beyond human perception past those doors. Alright then, I'll proceed with connection verification. Which door shall we test first? We'll start with the one Sina Ryoshu mentioned. Huh. You don't trust me at all, huh? Then why even bring me along? Ignoring Kira's jab, Alan began setting up various devices on the door, and soon an elegant white door opened before us. Shall we? Are thou joining us as well, young Hohenheim? Just this once. There are procedures for handing over field operations. Okay, let's see what's in there. What the? Is this some kind of wildlife exhibit? The moment we stepped in, the lights hit us all at once, drawing squints and frowns from the sinners. Thanks to my lack of physical eyes, I could make out a room filled with statues or perhaps taxidermied animals. It felt like a gallery of sorts, but it was so quiet that the air itself seemed to carry a strange, somber weight. After a moment, someone shattered the silence. But it wasn't Don Quixote, our usual suspect. Holy shit! The scale is just insane! That's the way from Aid Association Great Lakes Special Issue! Kira, who'd seemed beaten down all along, exclaimed with a bit more energy in her voice. Man, seeing it in real life sure hits different. And the Indigo Elder solo one-shots these monsters with that harpoon of his, huh? It's a Great Lake whale. Doesn't look like the one we've encountered, though. Organisms of various sources can be identified here. Singularity modified, outskirts born. They look almost alive. They're not, right? No, they're not. The Robo-Ung did say that the ring has these zoos where they put monsters on display live. Man, this would have been even more fun if we could see the moving ones. Everything here's dead. Nah. Still looks crazy sick though. The vibe really hits. Even though she was trying to play it cool. Kira kept sneaking glances at the massive horn display off to the side, clearly surprised in a way she couldn't hide. That said, I felt a distinct shortage of hyperactivity given the presence of a certain someone in our party. Don Quixote? Oh! 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 New infos! And of course... The eye of the second kindred of House Tepes. What is it doing here? What is it doing here? Why? Private. Okay. Yeah, and of course it's House Tepes. Of course. Of course, one of the Blood Fiend families is based on on Vlad Tepes, Vlad Tepes the Third. Vlad, I think it's the third. Yeah, I think it's Vlad the Third. But yeah, Vlad Tepes the Third, the Impaler, of course. By the way, if I stop talking from time to time, just because I'm eating M&Ms for breakfast. At the mention of the word kindred, I couldn't help but follow Don Quixote's gaze. Opposite the whale was another kind of exhibit. It contained items leaning on the more gruesome side of things, starting with a crimson eyeball that caught Don Quixote's attention, and body parts like hands and bones that looked as though they had been stripped from the human body. It's a gallery of the School of Fauvism, probably a main studio at that, which comes with a maestro's atelier and an auction house. Alan. We will be making our exit shortly. Prepare to initiate lockdown sequence. Before Hohenheim could even finish his urgent transmission, numerous footsteps closed in from somewhere nearby. Turning toward the sound of shoes clacking on the floor, we found strange figures wearing animal masks staring directly at us. That presence! It's kinda like Papa's. Ain't no way. That's not a raid boss we can clear at our level. We gotta get out of here. It's not that simple. Retreating is not a viable solution here. This door is connected to the House of Spiders. Escaping without installing a security system will invite pursuit. We must hold them until Alan is ready to initiate the lockdown sequence. As tension thickened, one of the strangers who wore a particular bone mask stepped forward. The voice that spoke to us carried equal part curiosity and delight. You came through that door. Then the house's fall wasn't just a baseless rumor. A stray little spiderling fallen from his parents' web. How many years has it been? You. Who are you? Ah, right. It makes sense that you would fail to recognize me. I used to wear a different mask back when I used to visit as your tutor, didn't I? A wolf, if memory serves right. Yes, that must have been when I was quite captivated by the sensation of tearing into the raw, still threshing flesh of living prey, and the predator's ferocious yet cavenously resonant howling. Rings a bell. You're that maestro whose whole lesson was a 3-hour sermon praising the intensity of primary colors and the strength of living creatures. Benoit, was it? Wait, isn't this the name of a real... Émile Joseph Benoit, violinist, compositor, and so he's basically a violinist, a singer, like a French Canadian. He's basically a French Canadian violinist, singer, compositor, and songwriter and shit. Okay. That's right, Émile Benoit. And they say you can't hatch a phoenix from a chicken's egg. Doesn't always apply, you see. Looks like that mind of yours is still sly as a raven. Unlike your nurse fathers. Don't presume. I only remember you because the tactility of hides and guts made for a passable AW. Yeah, Ryoshu's quote-unquote favorite art style is diametrically opposite to Fauvism. Would I dare to call Ryoshu a minimalist then? Maybe not. But she enjoys more of a simple... she enjoys a simpler form of art, I'd say. At first glance, it looked like Ryoshu was casually taking a trip down memory lane with the maestro, but I had a feeling she was, in fact, dragging this out on purpose to buy us time. That lockdown sequence thing, how much longer till it's ready? Young Hohenheim, the lockdown sequence. Don Quixote, who had been shooting the ring members an incensed glare sparked by the discovery of a kindred's eye, swiftly relayed my words to Hohenheim without even a hint of her earlier shenanigans. I'm afraid the progress and speed of the lockdown sequence lies in Alan's hand, hence not mine. It is by its nature time-consuming work. We cannot expect haste. Perhaps that does make this a suitable juncture to try your Plan A. Plan A? Any suggestion that involved Don Quixote removing her shoes will not be dignified with a serious discussion. Instead, maybe what Hohenheim had in mind had nothing to do with Don Quixote's shoes, because he opened his mouth as though he was about to retort to Faust's categorical rejection. But the moment he followed Fal's eyes and saw what she was looking at, he quietly shut his mouth and said nothing further. Faith in potentiality is not something I dislike. As for this, however, this seems more like grasping at straws. At the end of the gaze was Ryoshu's blade, Arayashiki. I was going to try using it anyway. I've long wanted to see if a maestro's death is any different. Telling him that we were just leaving won't work, will it? No, it won't. Every individual present here would be quite the fascinating specimen to the artists of the ring. We are practically a windfall of inspiration and material that hasn't so conveniently been delivered to them. It is improbable that they will allow us to return unharmed. Faust is right. She and Hohenheim are geniuses, and Ryoshu is the wielder of Arayashiki. Don Quixote is a kindred of higher generation, and I happen to house a golden bow in my head. I have no idea how much information the ring has on us. But even if they knew nothing, they wouldn't let us go easily. Are you sure about this, Ryoshu? Doesn't matter if I'm SAT or not. Clark. Think of that woman as Lei Heng, and do as you did in HC's mention. Oh, wait, Emile Benoit is a woman! Huh? Let me check something! No, Emil is... Why am I even talking about that shit? I was like checking out if Emil was a non-gendered first name, and I forgot that Project Moon doesn't give a flying fuck about gendered names and shit. They just give names that fit a character, that's all. I'll take care of the rest. Right, that's probably our best shot. What Ryoshu meant was quite clear. Resonate with the golden bow, secure an advantage to fight on equal footing, then catch them off guard by slowing down the flow of time. A cut from Arashiki, even if it doesn't give us a real fighting chance, might at least stall the maestro long enough to give us the time to get away. This floor of the exhibit only houses submissions from students and docents. But if you look closely enough, there are some passable ones that show the promise of excellence. And above all, this is the gallery of the School of Fauvism. And mine, the gallery of Emile Benoit. Which is why I would have preferred to take you without an unnecessary fight, if possible. A shame. Still, we're talking about a unique relic here. A masterless one at that. Acquiring the Arashiki makes it worth the cost. If you want a taste. Confusion flickered across Ryoshu's face as she tried to unsheath her blade. What's the matter? How? The log the House of Spiders used to bind... The log the House of Spiders used to bind the Arashiki no longer exists, so why can't I draw the blade? Now that's unexpected. So the rumors of you mastering that relic, were they false? The maestro only gave a loose swing of her arm, but it was enough to make Ryoshu recoil. A shadow of surprise crossed her face. The wound looked like nothing more than a light gash, yet the maestro's contemplative gaze shifted between the blood on Ryoshu's arm and her own, as though the attack had been an experiment to prove a hypothesis. It wasn't hard to guess what she was thinking. Noticed, did you? I had my doubts from the moment I saw you today. Was the House of Spiders a success or a failure? Tell me, Yoshihide. What do you think a serpent's defining strength is? What are you on about now? Ask any student and they'll give the same predictable answers. The deadly venom, the slick scales. Why, it's lamentably disappointing. The maestro advanced toward us with an assured certainty. I personally say... their cunningness as hunters. Snakes are like as someone who loves snakes, I really love snakes. They are exceptionally cunning. They are relentless hunters. And exceptional ambushes on top of that. The maestro advanced toward us with an assured certainty, then seized a beige thread dangling from the ceiling. No, calling it a mere thread would be wrong. It was something that resembled a thread, yet felt much more disturbing. I, for one, have a particular liking for the jaw and the spine. The flexibility of the spine linked like a chain, and the jaw bound not by bone but by ligament that allowed the animal to swallow its prey whole. Perhaps I should have said that I admire the structural refinement. The thrice gold ring on her ring finger gave off a cold glint, and the walls and the ceiling suddenly began to echo with the sickening squelch and crack of flesh and bones assembling. What the hell is that? Which brings me to ask, what better way to claim this delivery of promising material with a single bite than a work of art fashioned from a snake? The maestro plunged her arm into the long serpentine body of a monster. Her sheer presence radiated a pressure as oppressive as that of the nurse fathers, only more primal and intempered. Consider it a privilege. This is the first time this piece has ever been exhibited to an outsider. Onaim, is the lockdown sequence still not ready? 1 minute to go. Step aside. The attack from the ego gear Hohenheim hastily brandished didn't even last a moment. The weapon was knocked from his hand. As I scrambled to equip the sinners with their identities, something abruptly stopped the beast-like appendage midway through its hurtling motion, and the one who intercepted the blow. Ah, shit! Was Kira, struggling to push back against the serpentine arm with her steel-sealed blades. Kira? Did she suddenly have a change of heart I wasn't aware of? Shit! This wasn't the plan at all! Obviously not. She couldn't have changed her mind that quickly, because the look on her face couldn't be anything other than that of utter regret. The middle, For someone who doesn't seem to be a proper member, you've inked quite the quantity of tattoos onto yourself. Aha, you must be the new kid Matthias took in. Why do you stand in my way? Fucked if I know. I'm already regretting it, alright? Damn it, the devil gonna ditch me here. Why did I even... Must be the instinct taking over. Couldn't fully shake off the opponent's killing intent, so the body chose to clash head on. so the behavioral facet of the psyche can be controlled with suitable training. Unexpected data be useful, but useful to be sure.
Shut it, mister! Quit yapping and let me use my blades!
Authorized and ready. Lifting locks. Now. Kira's thermal weapons emerged from their sheath with a metallic clang. She used the recoil of the motion to squid back and assume a defensive stance. Naturally, that broke Benoit's arm from the deadlock as well. The maestro lashed out again with that monstrous limb, but... Huh?
"'Tis a foul injustice to strike against an unprepared opponent in a duel. Behold, for I shall allow thee a glimpse of the badass form that only the most renowned of fixers have displayed through the ages."
Seeing an opening, Don Quixote slammed into the arm with her full might, knocking it off its trajectory. Predictably, however, the sheer force of the maestro's attack instantly reduced her to a red sludge of flesh and bone, sending her remains crashing into the door. Yep. She's not allowed to remove Roshinante. Ready to initiate lockdown sequence. I will seal the door immediately upon your exit. Everyone to the door! Fast! Retrieve the organic remnant of sinner number 3. As Faust made her exit with what was once Don Quixote, the students of the ring surrounded Kira, bearing her way out. A hollow chuckle slipped out of her lips.
Called it for real. This is exactly why I didn't want to get involved.
Taking Kira back with us would mean having a sizable force of the ring trail right behind her through the door. Kira too seemed to have realized the risk that no one in their right mind would want to take. She lowered her head in defeat, as though she knew full well the fate that awaited her.
I'm such a dumbass. What was I thinking, diving in like that?
You! Don't just stand there! Get over here now!
Huh? But these guys are gonna come flooding if I...
You TTM want to get cleaved in half again?
You pin this on me later, you're gonna pay.
Blocking the maestro's arm by her hair as it came down on her again, Kira hurled herself toward the door with every bit of strength she could muster. More than a few students rushed in through the doorway, chasing after the sinners who had gone in ahead, but... Lockdown sequence complete. All backdoor links have been cut. Fortunately, Alan managed to sever the connection between the two backdoors before the maestro could cross over. Ah, bell cut. Think you can still use your arms?
I'm fine.
So she says. Kira would be a strong enough addition to fight for us, but the ring members that have managed to cross formed a rather sizable force. Fighting them off with just the sinners I have at my side would not be the best course of action. In that case... Guys, I assume you're all available right now? As soon as I call out to the sinners, their voices come through Hohenheim's radio one after another.
Huh? I guess so.
Ready for your order, Executive Manager. I, Otis, I'm prepared to answer your call whenever and wherever.
Eh? Hang on, I just need to finish this bite.
Everyone to me.
의도는 모르겠지만 이걸로 공평해졌네.
Yep. Triggered Malkoth. This is a skill 1 and this is skill 2. And we have Kira! Yay! Oh, and
I love how she has the LCE? Question mark? So what do you do, guys? Into primary color bleu before hitting if target does not have sinking, inflict +3 sinking count. The Fauvism Masque de Chèvre Hibou. So Fauvism, Owl Goat Mask. On hit with the skill, inflict mold color bleu. If this unit has haste, inflict 1 additional mold color bleu, again haste, whatever, okay. There are beasts that fall in and out of vogue within the school of Fauvism, yes, but a true artist must take fierce pride in that single animal as the underdrawing which best represents their unique self. Despite this wisdom, however, there are some who flit from beast to beast, as though the self is nothing more than costume to be worn and discarded. If they are faster, clash power +1. And then you have Masque de Chien, so dog mask. On hit with the skill, again mode color, the first step is always but a single animal, and with every quest for art and fertility, another beast is layered atop the previous specimen. Ah.
새삼스럽지만 꽤 괜찮네. 제법이야. 아이씨, 짜증나게. 재밌네. 난 너희가 좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각했거든.
I want all my crashes, let's go!
여기까지 와서 망설일 생각은 하지 않았으면 좋겠어. 사람을 죽이고 싶지 않았다면 너희도 세피라들도 처음부터 거래를 하지 말았어야지. 공포에 사로잡혀 바닥을 기는 모습은 어디서나 별반 차이가 없네. 매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇게만 해. 아이씨, 짜증나게. 보여드려야겠군요. 왜냐면 예술을. 여기까지 와서 망설일 생각은 하지 않았으면 좋겠어. 사람을 죽이고 싶지 않았다면 너희도 세피라들도 처음부터 거래를 하지 말았어야지. 공포에 사로잡혀
Oh wait!
기는 모습.
I didn't check if she had like any new text. Yeah, all references to the middle have been scratched off.
재미없네. 저희 영감은 인간이 다른 인간을 많이 죽이는 건 질리도록 봤어. 아, 지금은 인간이 아닌 것이 인간을 죽인 건가? 그래도 똑같아. 그건 더 많이
이제야
좋았거든.
친해졌네요.
여기까지 와서 망설일 생각은 하지 않았으면 좋겠어. 사람을 죽이고 싶지 않았다면 너희도 세피라들도 처음부터 거래를 하지 말았어야지.
This guy is like just already dead.
영감이 떠올랐어요. 혈관의 두께. 나쁘지 않아요.
이번에도 잘해줬어. 유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네.
Oh, I forgot to change the
그
announcer.
시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아.
It's only the first door, and the impediments are already beyond expected levels.
I swear, I thought that was it from back there.
Events of this nature won't be frequent. We are merely beset by ill luck.
If you'd just listened to me and picked another door, we wouldn't have gotten cooked like that in the first place. Like, why even drag me into this if you weren't gonna trust me? Weirdos.
We would have opened them all at the end of the day. SD.
SD? What's that?
Same difference.
Again, why shorten it like that? Just say duh or something. Or just spell it out and say it was anticipated.
That's WA. Good work, everyone. Wayfarer does have a team dedicated to this sort of task, but the mortality rate is quite high. Honestly, I was bracing myself for the worst. The odds of completing the first door of an expedition without any casualties are under 15%. This, by all measures, counts as a flawless expedition. Tapping away at his device, Alan addressed us with an amicable smile. He seemed totally different from the same man who had manhandled Kira with a fist to her face. Those furvists won't be able to cross over anymore with the door completely locked down, right? That cannot be asserted with certainty. Are you saying more might come? The corridors and back doors have always been the ring's turf clock, and those furvist beasts have endured as a long-standing faction within the ring. If they've got that much history, they must know many backdoors, both the origin and destination points. Alan clarified what Ryoshi was hinting at. Yes, compared to them, we lack sufficient knowledge of alternate routes, which makes it difficult to prevent infiltration. No need to concern yourselves over much. Even if that were the case, it is unlikely they would move on the House of Spiders so soon.
Eh? They could always rush for a surprise attack, though.
Even that Furvist maestro seemed to lack clear intel on the event that took place at the House of Spiders. If so, it follows that they will need time to assess and deliberate about the situation.
The situation?
The logical scope of their concerns will be identifying the organization that has secured the House of Spiders, the possibility of additional traps beyond the back doors, and the like. Once all backdoor-related procedures tied to the House of Spiders are completed, the resulting security framework should be able to preempt and block an infiltration attempts. This operation is more important than I thought. On the side, why couldn't I draw the blade? Is it the new scabbard's fault? Yoshio lifted the sheathed sword with an irritated frown. And that's when I felt a faint vibration. The blade was twitching ever so slightly.
That quivering was faint. It was seen by all, indeed. Damn! I saw it too. Is it possessed or something?
Looks like I wasn't the only one who saw the sword twitching, as though he wasn't pleased at all with how Ryoshu was talking about the scabbard. Ryoshu's gaze lingered on the sword before slowly shifting toward the back doors. Could it be that seeing the scabbard brought back some memory of Araya? Ryoshu, do you? Is it an SS? A demon edge? An enchanted blade? Which is it? It's probably neither of those. Nor is it a sentient sword. This presents a fine opportunity to conduct another examination of the sword. Excuse us for a moment, Team Leader Allen. Please feel free to go ahead. The attack just now damaged some devices, so we're going to have to perform some maintenance before continuing. There's plenty of other work for me to do while you're away too.
Are we to return to the headquarters research facility then?
No, that won't be necessary. There is a facility here that should prove more than adequate.
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지 작품을 뜻하죠. 비록
Relics
지금 제
and the
작품이
sign.
만인의 신금을 울리지는 못하더라도
Hohenheim brought us to what looked like a research lab, aligned with cables, rows of screens, and diagrams full of complex symbols and shapes. I didn't know there was a place like this in the House of Spiders. This is a forward base constructed by Limbus Company following Operation Spider Pyre. It did not exist prior to the House's fall. It is intended for additional backdoor investigation and research into irregular phenomena observed during the operation. Regular phenomena? An example. Research subjects such as a spatial analysis of the correlation between the emergence of Sinner number 11 sign and the manifestation of a possible future. Oh. Looking around, I spotted Sinclair and a group of researchers surrounding him, the same people who had dragged him off earlier. They were accompanied by a gaggle of sinners who had tagged along to either watch the show or kill some time while they took a breather after work. Hohenheim, how long would the examination take? With Sinclair's biometric assessment concluded, the analyzer device should be available for the relic now. Which means that it should be finished in an hour from now, at the latest. The scabbard rattled again at the mention of an hour. I don't know why or how, but the way it swayed almost felt like a child trembling. It's moving again. Come along, Ryoshu. I expect you will want to witness the procedure. Fine. Ryoshu and Hohenheim headed off to the side. The examination was probably going to start immediately. Time to get to Sinclair then. Wait. I was making my way towards Sinclair, who was getting bombarded with questions, when an unexpected figure behind a pillar caught my eye. It was Vespa Crabro, with a big piece of paper covered in crooked handwriting taped on his back. Snack thief? Ah, manager.
Manager. Canon snacks. Mr. Stringbean ate up all of them.
Sorry, but I think there's been some misunderstanding.
Thug, kick his ass.
Not only is this matter not worth pointing fingers of her, but Charon also shares some of the responsibility for leaving them out on the table unattended. Still, I would prefer you exercise more care this next time, or you'll put me in a tough spot. Understood. Charon.
Charon, Super Sucky mode engaged. Not talking for half a day.
Deploying Super Pass Bitter Candy.
Beep beep. Mode disabled.
I'm not sure if this is an appropriate request, but may I remove the paper from my back now? It's a little inconvenient for me.
Charon forgives this time. Next time, no mercy.
Best make sure she doesn't listen to that radio channel again. Vergilius looked on with an inscrutable expression as Karen peeled the snack thief sign off Vespa's back. Make sure to remember this, so I don't have to think I'm burning through what little candy chance I have left on such trivial nonsense. Thank you. Vespa gave a polite thanks, but he was already picking something off another plate and stuffing it into his mouth.
Wait a minute, I was saving that for later!
I assumed you were being picky.
Well, now you know, yet I still see you gobbling up my share. Aw, he took my snack too! Vug, kick his ass!
Oh god. I miss the banter like that. Rodion Romanovich. I am aware that half of the total snack budget allocated to each sinner is being funneled into your snacking expenses. And now you're raiding the DLC supplies as well.
Chill, that's what's been agreed upon, okay? Besides, that's that, and this is this.
The lines on Vergilius' brows looked deeper than usual today. Hoping to help him out of this endless cycle of snack-related headaches and to satisfy my own nagging curiosity, I drew near our guide and broke his brooding silence with my TikToks. Did we learn anything about Sinclair's sign?
Dante is inquiring about the outcome of the research on the sign.
I've heard from the researchers, but nothing of particular significance came out of it.
Observation of the sign has so far been limited to 2 individuals, the manager and Sinclair.
Oh, that's some big lore drop. So Dante has the sign too. Wait, is this how he can pull out? No. I guess this is how Dante can revive the sinners.
Due to the limited accessibility to the phenomenon, the only verifiable information has so far been its existence. Researching that which cannot be observed is bound to be difficult.
Faust has a point. Aside from Sinclair, none of the sinners can actually see the sign. And the same would go for the researchers. Even Sonia said only a select few people could perceive it.
If there were more individuals bearing signs, there would be a wider pool for comparative analysis of statistical samples to narrow down this scope. However, records indicate no suitable references exist. At present, the research effort is limited to reducing variables such as whether or not the irregular phenomena are tied to the location
where the battle took place. By individuals bearing signs, do you mean people like Demian and Sanson?
Wait. Then could those guys do what Sinclair did? Put in some super-powered future self and just wreck everything? Even Sonya?
I should step in and put an end to this subject before Rhodia gets the blues. I don't think so. From what Ishmael and Faust reported back then. Right. Sinclair from the future said each sign carries a different power, I think. Maybe, you know, those layers of light rings Demian used to finish off Chroma, or Sanson dragging us into his story. Those could be it.
That does seem plausible.
So none of that is information we can confirm yet. Correct. As you have stated, any discussion of this subject would not venture beyond the realm of wide speculation. Nothing has been proven yet, ergo, fear would be an unnecessary response at present. This is, at best, grounded in supposition, but it would seem that the researchers are coaxing forth a hypothesis from the vestiges left in the wake of Sinclair's future self.
Oh, that bit by the sign maybe being some singularity or whatever, yeah?
The precise position of the hypothesis was that the fundamental principles of the signs working may be equivalent to those of singularities or relics. But as no actionable evidence was obtained from Sinclair, there is presently no means by which this hypothesis may be validated. I see. And nothing came out of them dragging Sinclair off of that research.
Oh, you also thought I was being dragged off, but still let it happen anyway? No, I mean... I'm kidding. Just thought I'd try going along with the mood.
The odd Sinclair wouldn't have even thought to joke around like that. He's really changed lately. For the better, I think. So, did anything happen that we should worry about?
I stuck close to him just in case. Nothing serious came up. Just took some blood, a small skin sample. Oh, and they were also checking if the sign reacts to electric stimulation. Yeah, and I had to fill out some questionnaires too. Things like, please describe what you remember from the battle exactly as it happened, or list the sensations you felt when you regained consciousness.
And your memories of that moment have yet to return?
No. I don't know if they'll ever come back actually. Faust said they only exist with my future self, so... Wait, but for my future self to even have those memories, shouldn't I carry them in the first place? Which comes first?
A paradox, it would seem. In such case...
That Sinclair is merely one branch among many possible futures.
If the future unfurls into boundless branches by means of ceaseless purification, then the body of information that constitutes a certain future would scatter into grains more fleeting than dust, too diminished to ever reverse their course and trace their path back to the self that now exists. Is that the theory suggested?
Not a certainty, but a plausible interpretation.
Here you go again, more that nonsense only you lot understand. Oi, memory or not, that future guy still came out of him today. And some part of him's got to be left in there somewhere, yeah? Like muscle memory or whatever. Perhaps he can still pull out some of those tricks from back then.
Tricks from back then?
But you kicked off proper out there. Even pulled out that trick you picked up from that blasted old Jesus, right?
Not just that. He was using that Hmong technique quite effortlessly too.
Whoa! That glowing ring thing?
Yup.
The glowing ring thing. He had 2 of them coiled around his weapon. I used the glowing ring thing? This is the first time I'm hearing anything about it. Alright, so what exactly is that glowing ring thing? Anyone? Maybe some technique that enhances physical capability? I mean, I guess that flashy aura that makes you real tough's one part of it, but there's gotta be more, right?
You know, could be a secret finger thing they pass down to their members. Technique, gear, something like that. Look at it, that Black Coney leader, that Leheng Pring, and that nurse fathers we fought. Whole lot of them fingers in there.
The notion seems to unravel, for even among the LCD, there were those who came to wield it. And Vergilius too.
So what? Only the proper hard bastards can use it? Some posh top-end trick, is it?
Without anyone in particular prompting it, the sinners slowly turned their gaze towards Vergilius and Vespa. I only learned to wield it from my team leader too. I have a sensory understanding of Shin, but I can claim nothing too profound. However, what I can spare are some rumors, though they are all without proper sources. Rumors? They circulated among elite fixers in association leadership that there exists a power called Shin, capable of enhancing the body without having to pay expensive upkeep costs.
A rumor among fixers, says thou?
Yes, even the technique to manifest it, how to tips really spread through hearsay.
Oh yeah, that tracks. That super rookie column in the latest mag bonus vid? Bro was really popping off with it. Straight up aura found with the shiny Mong wrapped around the weapon. It must be that mine eye are yet to be privy to seeing such a marvel in a video.
Okay, okay. I really hope we will see more of Kira.
Wait, you're serious? It's in the latest issue. Literally on the videotape in the back. Maybe you missed it? Video tape, huh? Alas, for many a week have I been stranded from Mephi, giving me a chance to read not only the prior chronicle, but the latest one as well. Woe is me! When I return, I shall feast through the night upon those noble exploits of adventuring fixers.
As Don Quixote dramatically spiraled into a state of utter dejection, Otis cut into the conversation, her gaze narrowing with suspicion. From what I recall, the mantle of Shin grants its users a high degree of physical enhancement. There is no such thing as reinforcement without supplies. No power of that magnitude comes without an equivalent cost to wield it. That power relies on emotion and will for manifestation. Its output is not consistent like prosthesis and augmentation. And depending on how it is used, the consequence it demands can reach levels comparable to the ego you use. You mean to say that it exacts a toll upon the mind? I can walk you through the fundamentals if you'd like. From what I observed, it appeared to be a technique reserved for those of considerable strength. At our current level, it is not unreasonable to assume we could make... Is it not unreasonable to assume we could make use of it? Regarding that, our team leader has been conducting intensive research.
and according to her, physical strength itself has little bearing on one's ability to learn and wield Shin. As the Yellow Harpoon says, it is, in essence, a power that can be learned by almost anyone, provided they know the proper methods of training. Vespa's brows visibly twitched the moment Yellow Harpoon left Virgilius' lips. Yeah, doesn't seem like he's a big fan of his own title, the Yellow Harpoon. Well, it fits, I think. He's got those yellow stripes on his clothes and he uses a harpoon too. Can he argue with that?
If I were to exaggerate, even Sina Yi-san's pre-contract self could manage to learn it. Why must this self of mine be chosen as the point of comparison?
Well, cause you're the wimpiest one here.
Don't let it get to you. Even so, it would be a mistake to assume it's a power anyone can grasp with ease. As long as you are bound by contract as sinners, your ability to wield it will be severely limited, unless you rely on particular identities or come upon an extraordinary circumstance.
Shame that would have been useful.
Hey, and what about me? Can I learn it too?
Kira, who had been fidgeting with her fingers, raised an arm and asked as though she couldn't hold the question back any longer. Come to think of it, the middle nurse father didn't use any Shin or Mang.
Papa never taught me how to use it. He always said I could get stronger without a stupid crutch like that.
Huh. It wasn't that he didn't teach you. He couldn't. He was a man who probably had never once reflected upon his own sins. A piece of trash like him would be incapable of even comprehending such a power in the first place. Vespa's responses always come back dripping with venomous hatred whenever the conversation turns to the topic of the fingers. Kira must have noticed too, or perhaps she simply couldn't find the right words to push back. Either way, she held her tongue, her expression settling into a blend of frustration and something that looked a little too close to sadness.
If you want to reduce it to a yes or no, then yes, you will be able to learn it with the odds in your favor. That is, assuming that the company decides to tolerate your continued existence.
I already said I get it.
As it stands, you're nothing more than a pending case of disposal. Closer to a threat than you are to an ally, strictly speaking. Don't get comfortable because the manager and the sinners treat you with lenience. Step out of line, and you will be the one who pays the price.
There was nothing in what Virgilius said that I could argue with. Kira had been a member of the House of Spiders. She murdered scores of LCE researchers, and left us with plenty of memories we'd rather not revisit. For now, we're just working together. Not contesting that decision doesn't mean we have no hard feelings toward her. Leaving Kira alone with her thoughts, the sinners slipped back into their own business. Snacks, idle chatter, and conversations about whatever had happened around LCE. The examination is concluded. I suppose it won't be an issue to let you hear the results together. And before we knew it, Hohenheim and Ryosho returned. Renkitsun, the name of Araya's ego. To present the conclusion first. No, the notion of the sword being a sentient one is incorrect.
The locus of the will is not the blade, but the scabbard. An ego forged in a rather paradoxical nature. Yes, that would be the most appropriate description. Not a sentient sword, huh? Yoshu's grumpy dismissal made the scabbard quiver almost as if it had taken no offense. Araya is like, Mom! Somehow, I felt like I could understand what Hohenheim meant by will now. It was a reunion of sorts, one that gave both a tinge of sadness and hope. If the scabbard has its own will, does that mean the owner of that will can be resurrected? It is too premature to deliberate on the matter. The state of existence under question is not one that may be defined as death at the moment. I assume they asked whether it could be revived or brought back to life, so to speak. Even supposing that survival is a fixed variable, and that the reconstitution of the original corporeal body falls within the realm of theoretical possibility, the probability approach is zero given the limits of today's technology and conditions. We researchers are inclined to entertain even infinitesimal chances, but in the terminology of the lay people like yourself, such a prospect would be labeled impossible, wouldn't it? There is no need to fixate on the impossibilities of the present, Manager Dante. Such matters are reserved for scientists to hold on to. Right. But we may have uncovered a thread. Something that could lead to restoring Sino Ryoshu's memories. Though, again, that too is merely a possibility. A far more practical avenue for you to pursue at the moment, nevertheless. And to that end, yes, further analysis on the scabbard itself would be necessary. Coordinate with Alan for your next duty. He should still be in the ring Nurse Father's quarters. That will be all. Hohenheim cut himself off there, clamping his mouth shut as if any further exchange might scatter and mess up the theories he constructed in our conversation. Alright then, before we go. Anyone want to tag along? Munching on food, averting their gaze. The sinners were pretending they weren't interested at all. But going by the way their forks had long since stopped moving, it was pretty clear to me that they'd been intently listening in on our conversation. Where are we to go? Ah, right, sorry. Forgot the rest of you weren't there with us earlier. Faust, Don Quixote, Ryoshu, and I have been checking where each back door leads. Oh, and Kira too. The prisoner of war, executive manager. We talking about me? Yeah, I guess. I'm working with them too. Best remember to tread carefully. Should you cause even the slightest harm to the executive manager, you will be held accountable without exception. Yeah, sure, whatevs. Kira needled at Otis with a mocking pout, but oddly enough, she didn't appear particularly irritated. Anyway, I think it'd be better if we had a few more people just to be safe. One of the doors we went into earlier led straight to the ring's corridor. That was a close call. Otis and Heathcliff's hands shot up the moment I finished speaking. I would very much like to accompany you, Executive Manager. I knew I could rely on you, Otis. Your recognition of my loyalty honors me, Executive Manager. I, Otis, understand better than anyone you're concerned about the peril of working with a prisoner of war so liable to betray. To have your indispensable self proceed with only a handful of soldiers under your command, this cannot stand. I'm afraid I won't be able to focus on other duties without personally seeing to your safety. I get it, Otis. You've made your point clear enough. Not keen on how I just killed the moment you summoned me. Feels a bit dodgy, that. Better I stick by your side and scrap it out myself. You probably don't need me to come along then. I guess you can just summon the rest of us like you did earlier if shit hits the fan. My research yet unfinished holds my efforts. I shall join you once it has found closure.
I don't think I can be much help wherever you're going. I'll pass.
I will follow if that is your order, manager.
No, it's fine. Just get some rest.
You'll probably be okay. I can always summon them again if things get too dangerous. For now, I should go see Alan again. Alan again. What? Saru? Why is Saru evoked there?
이거 참 설레는구려.
Should get myself a drink too.
Ah, you've arrived. I was waiting for you.
We sifted through and isolated the doors with the highest probability of leading into the rings gallery. The next step would be to enter the alternate door you mentioned.
Hold up a sec. I was actually gatekeeping more stuff. Huh?
Gatekeeping? Are you saying you have more to tell about gates, doors?
Yup. That door over there, pretty sure it connects to N-Corp's nest. I saw Albina going in all hyped about some canned whatever it was. And that wooden door with bandages wrapped around the handle. Papa's going there to cross out vengeances. From what the book said, it's probably a turf protected by a thumb subsidiary or something.
Unlike earlier, when she offered only vague snippets, even about just a single door. Kira was now feeding Alan a stream of intel that seemed solid even to someone as clueless about the back door as me. She's far more cooperative than anticipated. Even after that Alan character roughed her up, from what I hear. Yeah, you'd think she'd climb up out of spite. I wonder if she's changed her mind about cooperating with us. Nevertheless, we mustn't let our guard down, Executive Manager. There's no telling when she'll turn on us.
Freaking, I can literally hear everything you're saying, you know?
Alright then. Based on the intel, please proceed by investigating the safest doors first. As for the high-risk ones, I'll continue checking and let you know which ones you need to enter. Alan tinkered with the devices around him and flashed a couple of doors with blue lights. Guess that means we start with those. Where do you guys wanna go first?
They all look about the same. Just start with the closest one.
Well, Alan did say these are the safest ones, so it shouldn't matter which one. Just as I reached for the nearest door as Heathcliff told me to, Ryoshu suddenly veered off, stopping in front of another one that stood a few steps apart. This door, it feels familiar. You recognize that door? I think I passed through it a few times when I was little. Hardly had Ryoshu stopped speaking when a fragmented memory painted over in parts leaped into my mind. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should finish my homework faster. Oh, I know, let's go for a walk. But I don't recall much about it. That memory just now... Could it be tied to Araya? Let's start with that door.
Okay. This one, yeah? Here we go.
Impatient as ever, Heathcliff shoved the door open and strode in first. The rest of us followed, including Kira and the other sinners. In this place is... Judging by its state, it seems to be a welfare facility located within a nest. Most likely a park.
Every sod walking here is dragging some animal along. Means they've got money to burn. Proper rich lot, this place.
The walk, the passage you mentioned in her memory, and the sight of people fussing over their pets. The piece clicked together, and I voiced the other memory I saw back at the House of Spiders. Did you ever come here with a puppy named Saru?
Yeah, I remember that. Not a puppy though. Saru was a bit bigger by then. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Wasn't she getting any better? I gave her lots to eat. Oh, I know. Wanna go for walkies? You love walkies, don't you, Saru? There's this workshop Dad always visits. The door there's connected to a park. We can go right now. Ryoshu's childhood memory burned bright in my vision before passing.
That was her as a kid? Really? Such gentleness does seem most unlike the young Ryoshu.
Hey, clock.
Who said you could show them my memories willy-nilly?
No, Come on, you know it's not something I can control. GG. Back in the House of Spiders, I was the only one who could see the vision of Ryoshu's past. This time though, her memories seemed to manifest for everyone around, just like what we experienced in H-Corp with Honglu, which probably means...
Why are y'all staring at me? That's so random, what the hell?
Did you not see that just now?
See what? You guys zoning out together?
Yes, it doesn't apply to Kira. Then again, unlike how it was between Lin Daiyu and Honglu, Kira doesn't have any direct connection to Ryoshu. I guess it makes sense.
Was that adorable hound by thy companion of old, young Ryoshu?
Indeed, my one and only best friend. And because of that, Saru. Would be locked away in the vault every time I had to depart on an assignment, with the spiral driven through her. The first ever leash. Looking back, it might have been a kind of fate had she died sooner.
To inflict such cruelty upon a voiceless animal, how can such wickedness be born?
What happened to Saru in the end? She died before her time. I don't recall why, but there was this day when Saru wouldn't stop whimpering in pain, and I shut myself in my room, crying.
You were? Or someone else?
Who else? Oh, see, it was me. Even after witnessing the fragment of memory, Heathcliff looked utterly unconvinced. And while I was grieving, Callisto offered a solution, said he would give me a gift the next day. And what I received was something he called the Beastbone Blade, a tanto that would whine and yelp in Saru's voice with every swing.
Ew, no way. I always knew there was something creepy with the Robo-Onk. So that's how he killed your dog, huh?
No. He didn't kill Saru. That tanto was alive. Did you just say alive?
Bloody hell. A right nut to that psycho.
Her eyes were embedded in it like adornments, and it stared at me in accusation. The tiny heart beat as though it was quaking with fear. It was a horrible sight, and I felt pity. So I shortened what remained of her time with my own hands.
Got me thinking after hearing all that. Why you still mess with that art thing then? Let's be honest. After seeing something like that, you'd wanna steal Will clear, yeah? Right? Those things he called artworks were also cursed, straight up nightmare fuel. Like, I haven't really checked out other ring artworks outside Abina and her nurse fathers, so maybe I'm just a noob when it comes to all that, but yeah, this stuff never gave me any art vibes for real.
I thought the same. Well, I was terrified at first, yet as I learned more, there were some facets that suited my taste.
Thou find this appeal in those grotesque creations?
From what you've told me about Callisto, it looks like he failed to stick to his own advice. But there's something he always used to say. Art is fully subjective, and thus one must never expect the understanding of others. The uncanny, the horrible. There's a beauty that lies in the grotesqueness of it all.
Can't say I quite get it, but if you say so. Nah, but bloody hell. How do you end up getting used to that kind of thing?
Why do you need to understand? You're not an artist. I got used to it, but that bastard Callisto's installation artworks caused night terrors and nightmares for... The scabbard moved, and Ryushu came to a pause. It trembled, but there was once a strange liveliness to it, as though it quivered between fear and anticipation. Night terrors, crying from nightmares in the house of spiders.
There was actually someone who got scared of Ringstar back in your day?
I need to check something. We've seen enough here. Let's go back. Yeah, let's. Nothing else worth checking around here anyway. With the inspection complete, we quickly followed Ryushu back. She stood in front of the artworks covered in sheets of cloth, lost in thought. Right here, there used to be a huge artwork displayed here. I don't know what kind of impulse struck him, but the bastard went about fussing, saying he needed practice so he wouldn't lose his touch.
Mommy.
What's wrong?
Oh, over there.
Thought I told you to keep the exhibition in your room. Ah, you've returned, Yoshihide. I decided to attempt installation art of a somewhat larger scale this time, but I ran out of space in my gallery.
Mommy, people were screaming.
Dearest Yoshihide, Araya has reached an age where she may be introduced into the world of aesthetics. Surely this wouldn't be a problem. It would. You liking it and me acquiring the taste doesn't mean Araya will. Let's get you back to our room. I was hugging something in my arms. It was crying. Saru? No, too big to be Saru. The lacerated memories can never be made whole no matter how many fragments are glued together. We could tell Ryushu everything we knew about Araya, but it never truly reached her. I see. This hollow void, this must be Araya. The sensation and emotion for what's been emptied begin to entangle with Ryushu's memories. And that makes it possible for us to reminisce about Araya together. The soft rattle Araya gave seemed to show how pleased she was with this small step. Alright, time to check out the next door. We entered several more back doors that Alan pointed out. But unfortunately, none of the places we ended up at stirred Ryushu's memories any further.
Pretty much nothing here. I think with the... Well, what the... How'd they get in here?
Startled, Kira pointed ahead, where figures wearing animal masks were holding what looked like massive lumps of flesh hidden behind a tent of sorts. Those ringed assailants from before?
Did thou not say thou hast sealed that door earlier? How then do these villains come to stand before us once more?
They probably infiltrated via an entire separate route. Another back door.
As you can see, the objective appears to be the retrieval of the Ring Nurse Father's artworks. Get on with it! We need to move as many pieces as we can before we pull out.
Wait, but I thought Robo Unk was washed. Isn't so many fanboys and fangirls here?
Huh. Does his artwork possess value in and of itself? Or is it just a case of posthumous premium of death effect? Think about it. Some of the pieces have already been taken. Of course, they are of little value to both our companies. Watching them sweating and struggling to drag those mediocre pieces with them, pretty funny. But imagining how those pieces will be labeled with some pathetic notion of heritage connected to my name on their description plaques, quite unsavory. They may be occupied with transporting those objects for now, but they will likely soon find cause to harm the Wayfarer and LCE personnel stationed here, Executive Manager. It would be prudent to eliminate them without delay, considering the ring's reputation. Artis is right. Better to wipe them out before they try anything stupid. Guys, looks like we've got another job to do. Lend me a hand. The radio didn't buzz with the sinner's reply this time, but it should be fine.
의도는 모르겠지만 이걸로 공평해졌네. 세피라들도 결국 내 편에 설 수밖에 없을 거야. 나도 그들도 모두 빛의 눈이 열어버렸거든.
아이씨, 짜증나게. 남았어. 그 정도쯤은.
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇게만 해. 재밌네. 난 너희가 좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각했거든.
It didn't kill! Holy fuck!
꽤 괜찮네. 제법이야. 보여드려야겠군요. 왜냐면 예술을. 여기까지 와서 망설일 생각은 하지 않았으면 좋겠어. 사람을 죽이고 싶지 않았다면 너희도 세피라들도 처음부터 거래를 하지 말았어야지.
It's kind of hard to be able to use critique efficiently, not gonna lie.
아이씨, 짜증나게. 항상 저희 영감을 일깨워
꿀
주시군요.
건드려 흙을 마실걸?
여기까지 와서 망설일 생각은 하지 않았으면 좋겠어. 사람을 죽이고 싶지 않았다면 너희도 세피라들도 처음부터 거래를 하지
It's kind of
말았어.
difficult to use the It feels kind of difficult to use docent for wisdom docent Rodions
꿀을 건드렸겠다. 흙을 마실 걸?
critique.
저희 뼈로 틀을 잡고 혈관에 돋게 이제야 친해졌네요.
Critique counter skill. Holy fuck! 633 damage in a non-MD.
질리도록 봤어. 지금은 인간이 아닌 것이 인간을 이번에도 잘해줬어.
In a non-MD situation,
또
holy
하나
fuck.
밀었네.
That's a lot of damage.
도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많.
With this, the last of the ring's infiltrators have been eradicated. Is that all of them?
Milsha kept glancing around as if searching for someone, but fortunately, no other ring members were in sight. Right, but where the hell were those slots coming from anyway? Weren't just the first wave? You had more of the swords legging it from the back like they'd been lurking somewhere else.
According to the tracking logs recorded by the surveillance devices installed here, they appear to have crossed over from another corridor.
Another corridor?
What precisely does the designation "another corridor" refer to?
The room resembling a shopping mall. The one filled with batches of toys on display. Your company, if I recall correctly, designated it as the corridor of the middle nurse father.
Oh.
I suggest we relocate there. Your assigned tasks here have been wrapped up. Oh, and before we set off, do you have any information to share in advance? We are planning to compile a comprehensive encyclopedia cataloging the notable characteristics of these corridors and all of the connection log. Your cooperation will be most appreciated.
Kira seemed to hesitate, gnawing at her nails as if she were going through an inner struggle. Before long, however, she snapped out of it like she just locked in on a decision.
Sure. I got stuff to tell you. Like, hella stuff. Some parts are kinda fuzzy, not gonna lie, but I can still recall like 20 places clear enough. I mean, it was home for me and Papa, so...
I got nothing. I never once regarded that fucker's room as a home, and my memories of it are all fragments at best. The scabbard gave a faint, restless stir. Perhaps it wanted to comfort reassure you in the only way it could. And accompanied by its tremor, we began our move toward the corridor of the middle.
파우스트는 이번에야말로 완성했어요.
Yeah, of course, Faust is the one who did the most damage.
완벽한 걸작을. 타시아도 파우스트의 생각에 동의한다고 하네요.
Let me open a bottle of Beepus. Need myself some caffeine and sugar. Ooh. And something to hydrate my body with. Wait, Can I exchange the not yet? Nope.
잘 됐네.
Yeah, Gregor still cannot be deployed.
The heck? They swept everything that wasn't nailed down, huh?
Well, I need to give a quick rinse to my glasses.
Fret not! I espy feather half of thy worthy possessions, articulated fixer figurines, video game cartridges. I'm not talking about my toy box, Kay. I had hella many of them anyway. My TV's gone. The couch too.
As Kira said, only a conspicuous empty space was left where the television and family couch set used to be. Oh, those LC researchers hold them away. From the sound of it, they're going to set them up in their staff lounge. I saw the leather and the ornaments. They said they'll be selling them off.
Yeah?
Artis seemed to notice something the moment she caught Kira's wistful look. The corners of her lips curled into a faint smile as she spoke with feigned nonchalance. Who knows, with sufficient cooperation, perhaps they'd become more receptive to the idea of returning those items.
Assuming much? I never said I wanted them back. Anyway, I'll tell ya all about what I know, so come this way if you're willing. These two doors here made from paper and wood. They connect to S-Corp. And that one reinforced with steel. That one leads to V-Corp backstreets where, having lived here and made frequent use of the doors herself, Kira was clearly the right person for the job of identifying where each door Wayfarer company had asked us to explore led. Directed by Kira and accompanied by Alan, we checked the doors one by one. Good work. All data seems to match. Thank you for your cooperation. Until there was just one back door left to open. I know this isn't anything new, but I've gotta say, these back doors are just too bloody convenient. Them portals too. It ain't doing anything shady like the warp chains either, is it? Yours is as simple as turning the knob and entering. Seems to me you'll outpace your business rival in no time. I'm a bit hard pressed to agree with the too convenient sentiment when it comes to using back doors and portals, but since your intent was to claim Wayfarer's superiority over the current W Corp, I'll take that as a compliment. Did I say something wrong? Every technology comes with a cost, Heathcliff. Aptly said. While this has been a workday relatively free of casualties thanks to the quality information you have provided, do understand that Wayfarer Company's primary services include pathfinding, path security, and path maintenance. Each of those services is fraught with life-threatening dangers for our employees. Some never return after embarking on the pathfinding journey. Some are killed while battling monstrous entities, whose exact natures haven't even been confirmed yet, that appear in the liminal space between paths. It's the fucking back rooms, boys!
that clear the liminal space between paths. It also costs a pretty penny to keep the secured path, well, secure. I'd say our operating cost is on the rather steep side, especially considering that we are also trying to prevent our rivals from taking this corner of the market. Thinking back, I don't think I've ever seen Alan enter a door to a new location with his helmet off. It must be one of his precautions, just in case. Maybe his dry smile and unsettling lack of reaction to anything are hints that he's simply seen too much to be fazed by most horrors. Still, our work's gotten considerably easier for this job thanks to the help from everyone here. Honestly, this partnership is working much better than I expected. Very well then, let's take a look at the last door.
It's the door Papa used to walk through all the time.
I followed Kieran to the door, and the second I crossed over the threshold, a breeze carrying an oddly familiar, salty smell tickled the tip of my nose, one of my clock hands. This one connects to somewhere in the general Great Lake area, it seems.
Welcome to the U-Corp's giant stingray port ship.
Stingray, huh? Why does that ring a bell?
Hang on a minute, is that...
Oh fuck, no!
Hang on a minute, is that place in it? That port ship that has Salon du Moelleux, the private hair salon.
Heathcliff chimed in with a shudder, as though the sheer weight behind his words terrified him.
Oh, does it signify then that we shall finally be made audience to young Heathcliff and his hairdo must luscious? Oh, quit it with that luscious nonsense, lass. Why encourage me now when you were so cavalier about blasting my villainous ass back at the lake? Indeed. Alas, 'tis true that punishment wrought upon our merry band hath severely outweighed the crime. Wouldst thou not agree, young Heathcliff, that to put the coupons to use would remedy thy pain a smidge? Oh, bugger it. I ain't even got anyone to spruce up for anymore. Sweet! Then, can I use them? We were regulars at that Mueller place, Papa and me. Papa would ask the maid of femme for a favor and he'd bring loads of coupons back home. They give away a hair coupon every 10 visits, you see, so I... Oh, what am I even yapping about, all excited?
Kira, who'd seemed ready to launch into a cheerful rant, came to an abrupt pause like a bike tripping over a ledge. Her face fell as she lowered her gaze and scuffed a pebble away.
Looking back, I guess Papa did hella care for me, so I... It's also true these guys went out of their way to get me out of there even though they didn't know me so well. Oh, why is it gonna be so complicated?
Matchas gave you that anesthetic ball cut. BC?
The heck's a BC?
Ball cut.
Bro, listen, like I said, that's not how you shorten these things.
For some reason, Ryoshu seemed almost gleeful to hear Kira correcting her acronym. I can hear Araya screaming, "Yeah, you have the daughter here, Mommy!" It was reminiscent of that self-satisfied look she'd get after confusing us with these acronyms, especially during the early days of our bus journey. Thinking back, ever since Sinclair's translations became reliable enough, The sinners had less reason to voice their frustrations with Ryoshu's acronyms, which in turn gave her fewer curses to snicker about. I'm not sure why, but something tells me that she might be making her acronyms ridiculously incomprehensible on purpose. If your conjecture is correct, Executive Manager, she has one tasteless sense of humor. From what I recall, the toys and games he was into were pretty retro. Must have been annoying to play along.
At first, but the more I played along, the more I got into it. Still corny and juvenile as shit though. I know all of that conflict within thee. Trifling and apocryphal they may be, yet we are all compelled to peer inwards at the interests of the family. Yeah, I wanted to know what Papa was into to really get what he was talking about. Besides, I needed to know these things if I wanted to chat him up and talk about a mutual subject, so... He'd tell me about you all the time, Yoshihide. Proud shit. Not a day went by without him saying stuff like, Yoshihide learned this in 2 days, or, yo, this was Yoshihide's fave, you know?
Too bad I wasn't here to tell you that his words weren't worth shit. I once thought of him the same as you do now. A good man, at least among the nurse fathers, caring enough to bring me gifts. And one day I realized that he'd never understand the things I really cared about, even if his life had depended on it.
One day, thou sayest? Pray tell, was there aught that had changed thy perception of that man?
That's... I don't remember when or why, just that it happened.
Wait, I might know this. Wasn't it something that happened at school? Papa told me that things started getting awkward between you and him ever since you quit school.
Bullshit. I've never been to school. I'd never even thought of wanting to go to school. Matthias must have been talking out of his ass again.
Huh? No way, bro. I even saw a clip of it.
What?
Papa showed me that video when he was teaching me how to use these doors. I even saw baby you going, I'm off to school, Dad, in that video, so I'm pretty dang sure.
But I don't... As Kira went on, Ryoshu's confidence from her initial retort seemed to slip away. I couldn't blame her. So much of her memory had been mutilated. Ryoshu didn't sound like she was denying it out of hand, though. She seemed to mean it when she said she'd never been to school and had never even wanted to. And I want to glimpse the fragment of memory that made her say that. The moment I willed it, a scene from her past suddenly flashed across me. Very well, Yoshihide. I will register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. There is a subsidiary of the ring. Academy. You sure it was a school? Not like an art academy or something like that, like it?
Wait, that kinda makes more sense, yeah. Must have been an academy, not a school.
Academy of Art. Huh. Yoshu muttered a few words as though they were pieces of a puzzle she was assembling. Then, after a brief moment, she turned toward me with an astounded scoff and a look of mild irritation. Clock, you deserve a smack. Ow! Then lightly smacked me upside the head with her scabbard. What was that for? This memory sucks, Clark. I would have been just fine without it. At least I got to remember the incident that changed my perspective on Matthias.
Dad? How do I go to a school?
School, Yoshihide? Well, I don't see why you would wish, let alone need, to go to such an institution when we nurse fathers are here to provide you with all the education you require. You would later find our unique style of homeschooling to have been much more enlightening than trudging through any of the nest's formal educational systems.
But Dad, I saw him in a picture book. And I don't have any friends here. Oh, Rian and his pointless... But it is true that there are qualities that can be learned only through group erudition that engenders competition. Very well, Yoshide. I will register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. Really? I intend to send Yoshide to an academy as part of my educational curriculum. There is an Academy of Arts, a subsidiary of the Ring. Companionship with other talented children of approximately her age will nourish the spirit of inspiration that will guide Yoshihide's growth. The prescript approves. But Callisto, I'll tell you now that you might be making a mistake. And how are you so certain of that? To elaborate if you can, and puppet of the prescripts by whom every aspect of existence is articulated. What do you even know of choice, or what is right or wrong? And off they went. Perhaps a little more situational awareness would have prevented what is to come. Callisto had found me a rather decent academy. The artworks that used to scare me when I was alone weren't so bad when I was with other kids. No, that's not quite it. It'd be more accurate to say that I started to understand people's perspective on beauty. Of course I would, when all we ever did was nod along to the lecturers and spout purple prose, all the while making pincushions out of people's bodies like it was nothing. Our lesson today will focus on corporist techniques. Now we'll take a good look at the diagram here, then the mannequins before you. Weave the blood vessels in the same pattern as the diagram and... I don't know why we're even learning about corporate stuff in this day and age. Right? I don't get what the point of this slug is, tying and shaping blood vessels to make a color that a drop of ink can do better. I read that in a book. No, I'm more excited to learn about cubist techniques than this crap. Honestly, why is this washed up movement even a part of the curriculum? It's just boring shadow gore stuff. No, it's gory, but it's boring and shadow only because you guys are bad at it. What? Aw, you mad cause your daddy's a lame corporist? Oh, is he? No wonder her stuff is just as... Oh, ow! I was taught that people who say bad things about my family deserve to get their butt kicked. Them bad-mouthing Callisto wasn't actually what set me off. I don't have any special reverence or attachment to family like Matthias did either. It's just what I was taught to dislike, that's all. Just one of those tantrums kids of that age have. Kids will be kids and all that. I'm home, Dad. Hey buddy! You're home early! Oh man, must have been playing rough today, huh? You've got dust all over. Got into a fight. A fight? Yeah, they kept saying dumb things about class stuff, so I smacked him. Oh, you? They didn't hit you anywhere, did they, buddy? On my cheek, but it's okay. Cause I punched them this many more times. Yeah, I do good? That's my girl. Dad? Where are you going? You know, just got some business to take care of. Why not just sit tight and work on the coloring book? They'll be home before you know it. Okay. Is it bro business? No, it's family business. Yep, I knew it. I ain't seeing what's so bad about taking care of your own. Them snotty swords don't learn respect unless you beat it into them. Huh. If only he'd been a simple-minded fool like you, and the story would have ended right there with a pat on my head. What? Papa, I mean, the middle doesn't stop there. It never does. You hurt a member of the family, that automatically gets you written up in the book.
Yeah, and he did what he did in the end.
Huh?
Yep. Oh. Yeah, the more it goes, the more I dislike Matthias. He already fucked up Kira a lot. But like, god dang, I hate that guy.
There you are, Yoshihide. Is class starting already? My diligent little girl. Wonder who she takes after. Dad? I know. I said I'll be back before you know it, but I got a bit lost trying to find my way through the ring bastard's tricky mazes. You know how they are. Oh yeah, and there are so many sniveling brats here. Well, that's what the crimes. They slapped my buddy's face hard enough to leave a mark. It's a norm for ya. As for the instructors, well, anyone agree that they did one sorry job of keeping these tykes under control. In that case, pursuant to Title 2, Section 52 of the book, execution by beheading, they clearly don't got much use for what sits on their shoulders, eh? How do you like it, buddy? Papa's the best, ain't he? How dare he! Such senseless, barbaric violence! Uncultured and civilized animal! Do not be discouraged, dearest Yoshihide. I have eyed out yet another academy worthy of your talents. It is a much more significant and prestigious institution this time. I assure you, even an intemperate berserker like Matthias won't dare force his way into such a place as he did the previous academy. Don't wanna... Yoshihide? I don't wanna go to an academy. I don't wanna go. I don't need friends anyway. For his posturing, nothing that was ever important to me had any significance to Matthias. He took a lot away from me just to feel good about himself. So I hoped he, more than anyone, would never find out about the things I held dear, because I was afraid he would take them away from me like he did the others. But he'd always catch on faster than he had any right to. Every contract that took me away from the House of Spider has made me tremble in anxiety. Because I was worried about, I don't remember what, but I do know that I could never stop thinking about my room. So, whatever occupied the room in my absence must have been the most precious thing to me in the world. The scabbard, which had been stirring lightly as Ryoshu recounted her past, soon began to rattle audibly. It's doing that thing again. Ryoshu patted the scabbard with a gentle, reassuring hand. The scabbard that was once Araya. A memory without attachment. It appeared to me almost as though she was pacifying a crying child. Imagine murdering children because they smack your adopted child. Yeah, like, fuck Matthias. And welcome to stream, Sylvian. Fuck Matthias, like, God. To be fair, he didn't murder the kids. He sliced off their arms. But still, like, yeah, you can just replace murdering by mutilating. And like, I do agree, like, as someone who genuinely wants to have children, I'd guess I'd be really fucking pissed off. But like, if my kid is like, yeah, but I beat their ass, I beat their ass in exchange, and if she was happy with it, I would be like, well,
I'm angry, but like I'm angry about them kids. But like if she's happy with it, that's good. Like that's my girl. You know, like you beat their ass up. But like, yeah, like no way I would be like one of these Karen mothers, like throwing out a fucking tantrum. Like, yeah, I would be angry, but like, first I would be worried, and then I would be angry. But not to the point of fucking beheading the teacher and mutilating the kids. Like, they're fucking kids, they're idiots. A kid is a fucking idiot in general. And fucking hell, I love Ryoshu's interactions with Rikitsune. And that seems a tiny... Yeah, indeed, it's a little bit excessive, you know, to mutilate kids. Because your kid got into a scuffle, you know, like... I mean, it's fine. As long as she's not seriously injured, you know, like if it's something a band-aid can just solve, I'm just like, next time punch them in the face, kid. Like, punch them in the face and tell you dad told you to do it. It appeared to me almost as though she was pacifying a crying child. Saying that gesture, Heathcliff briefly cast a sullen yet faintly expectant gaze between Ryoshu's cabin and my device. He must be thinking back to his last conversation with Catherine. But Catherine's existence, unlike Araya's, was erased by the Golden Bough itself. I doubt this device could do anything for Heathcliff at this point. From everything we know, the Ringness father seems to have been the least awful parental figure in your childhood.
Yeah. Do you know that Robo-Unk was such a radical guy? He sent you to an academy like you wanted and even got angry on your behalf?
Oh. Hazy memories, I almost forgot to mention. A few days after that, Callisto left a snowman by my pillow as a gift. It was made of heads.
Heads?
Yes, decapitated heads from the incident at the academy, threaded together into a sculpture. Thinking back, it was one sorry excuse for an art. He's sorely mistaken if he thought some low-effort bullshit like that could make me feel better.
Could spare us the details, lass.
Well, with that covered, you guys wanna head back?
Hang on. What's up? Gonna get that luscious treatment before heading back? Shut it, you! That ain't it! Look there! Those blocks walking out the sun. Forvist in there. They found us.
It would not be odd to find a field branch of the Ring's art movement in different districts of the city, especially that of the farthest scale. However, various evidence such as their masks and the fact that our group has immediately drawn their attention suggests that they are in the same pack as the one making regular incursions into the House of Spiders. This is LCB, speaking to Team Leader Allen, requesting immediate commencement of the lockdown sequence. Copy that.
I used a ticket to pull for Rodia for funsies, got Kira and answer a few dupes of our Rodia instead. Also, this ring for this is so funny, man. Just randomly popping out of nowhere. Like, hello. And also, Sylvian, I got. I mean, you can see it at the top of the stream window. Like, I got both the Kira announcer and ring for this docent Rodion in like singleton pause. Streamer luck is real.
Then why don't we?
Holy shit, guys! Stop! What here? What? Don't you know where you are? Don't you know where you are? You're smack dab in the middle, protected turf. Cosicine and bros and sisters of the middle be here any seconds.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be a problem. We've already drawn the rings and wanted attention. We certainly don't want the middle coming after us to the House of Spiders too. Are we going to get dive bombed by Ricardo once again? Thanks. I mean, yeah, I also usually just wait to shard IDs, but like, I just wanted to, you know, like I just pushed my luck and it passed, you know. We're gonna get dive bombed by Ricardo, I swear. We've already drawn the rings and wanted, you know. Okay, sounds like you've got a GI. Talk.
Ever played whack-a-mole? Like, why give ourselves a countdown? Just head back through the door now and beat up whoever thinks it's a great idea to walk in through the door.
She puts forth a sound strategy, Executive Manager. As long as there's no high-ranking officer among them, it would be to our benefit. Well then, let's do as Kira says. That was quick. Alan blinked, shooting us a puzzled look as our entire squad came pouring through the door long before he finished the lockdown sequence. Due to newly emergent complications past the door, we have concluded that this location is the optimal point to intercept and engage the infiltrators from the ring. This location, you say? Ah, wait. That door leads to a zone under a syndicate or a wing's protection, doesn't it? Better idea to fight here then. Happy to work with someone quick on the uptake. It wasn't long before the Fauvists began rushing in through the open door. I didn't want to summon them while they're relaxing, but, well, it can be helped. And I summoned the sinners back to work.
의도는 모르겠지만 이걸로 공평해졌네.
We've got a new one, spontaneous Fauvist student of the ring, and this one is an instinctive Fauvist student of the ring.
목이 피었잖아.
새삼스럽지만 꽤 괜찮네.
아이씨,
제가-
짜증나게.
Oh, come on.
너희 보조 사서들은 나와 다를 바 없을 거야. 그 사람의 계획에 한껏 이용당하고 결국 버려진 신세잖아. 나는 살고 싶어. 너희도 마찬가지일 테고. 그러니 협력해줬으면 해. 단 하나의 책을 찾을 수 있도록.
아이씨, 짜증나게. 가만히 남았어도 이 정도쯤은.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
재밌네. 난 너희가 좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각했거든.
왜냐면 예술을.
도시에선 저런 형태로 사람을 강화하기도 하나 봐.
I find it really difficult to stack up
그렇게만 해.
a lot of
여기까지
a lot
와서
of debuffs
망설일
without
생각을
them
하지 않았으면 좋겠어.
like without the enemies exploding.
사람을 죽이고 싶지 않았다면 너희도 세피라들도 처음부터 거래를 하지 말았어야지.
일리 있는 의견. 그걸로 하지.
But yes, Sylvian, I also usually just wait up for, you know,
짜증나게.
크리스티, 가져갈래요.
wait up for IDs to be shardable. Like I have like way too many shards to. I have like a lot of shards in reserve to be able to do it.
건드렸겠다.
Like
흙을 마실걸?
today I just wanted to try it, and you know, like streamer luck happened, so you know.
별로 재미없네. 인간이 다른
저것들
인간을 많이 죽이는
전부
건
녹여서
진리도록
썰어버려도
봤어.
상관없지?
아, 지금은 인간이 아닌 것이 인간을 죽인 건가? 그래도 똑같아. 그건 더 많이 봐왔거든.
영감이 떠올랐어요. 이제야 친해졌네요. 항상 저희 영감을 일깨워 주시는군요.
Yeah, Ringy's song is still a fucking beast.
작품 완성. 돌아가면 의견을 나누지.
여기까지 와서 망설일 생각은
Yeah, I
하지
can just
않았으면
win
좋겠어.
raid this one because like
사람을 죽이고 싶지
that
않았다면
motherfucker's alone.
너희도 세피라들도 처음부터 거래를 하지 말았어야지.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다. 흙을 마실걸?
Oh no, I'm still on the. I will mind you because streamer bullshit, you know.
친해졌네요.
이번에도 잘해줬어. 유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네.
I
도시에는
will entertain
내가
my
모르는 것들이
audience.
많아. 이렇게 하나씩 알아가다 보면 언젠가
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 세
Miseries.
가지 작품을 뜻하죠. 비록 지금 제 작품이 만인의 신금을 울리지는 못하더라도 여전히 반지에 부끄럽지 않은 작품.
Bleh. Okay, and that about wraps up the middle's corridor. Thanks to you folks, we managed to cut the door cataloging workload by 80%. I really appreciate everyone going the extra mile to check each and every door too. Made my life a whole lot easier. It's all thanks to the manager's excellent strategization. Next up, the Thumbs corridor. But we actually found a lot of intel lying around there, so we just need you to check some of the doors in its basement. Intel? The manager expresses interest in the aforementioned intel. Ah, that. In the Thumbs corridor, we came across a bundle of papers detailing the comings and goings of the Thumb members and the orders they were carrying. Whoever wrote the logs has been diligently keeping them updated. The last entry was written not so long ago. While the contents of the notes weren't all that interesting, they helped us get an idea of where each door in that corridor leads to. Valentina's shitty scrap papers. She'd been keeping up with that useless shit this whole time, huh? Useless shit? Remnant of a desperate search for a thread to cling to. We found one of her backup ticket hoards. I've marked any doors that need work with the drone. There should be about 3 or 4 of them. While you guys do that, I've got some leftover work to take care of over here, so... I've been noticing this throughout our interactions, but whenever anything irrelevant to his work came up, Alan seemed to have a way of unhearing and maneuvering right past it as though he didn't even register what was said. Recalling our conversation with Cesara back at P-Corp,
A deeply uncurious indifference might just be one of the essential personality traits to go on as a corporate employee of the city in the city. I did realize something after reading Ujat Otis' story. It's so funny that the Ujat team write the shit out of the Dimensions Index not model because Otis rechecked their gear before going through LCE. Yeah, that's the thing, like... I mean, really shows how competent Otis really is. Understood. We will explore the areas past the marked doors and return here. Thanks a ton. Well then, with Alan returning to where the other Wayfarer company employees were huddled around, we decided to follow the corridor to the left. Hey, there's someone in there. More of the ring, maybe? Going by the silhouette, they're unlikely to be members of the ring.
Oh, lady, get out of my way so I can see. Oh, it's a detective. Some stubbly guy I don't know, and that annoyingly hairy dude.
Sounds like Moses, Gregor, and Honglu, respectively. The trio's conversation grew clearer the closer I approached them. You okay, fellow? You bumped your head earlier.
Fine as a fiddle. It was just a minor fall.
This is the third time it's occurred. We are to discuss this issue with the manager once this consultation is over. I think I'm seeing a bump on the side of Honglu's head. Anyway, you know what to do, right? If at any moment you see signs of...
Don't worry, Gregor. You made it through the explanation and the footage both. You're going to be fine again. I believe in you. Look at you now. We're right where it happened, but your arm is stable, see?
Ironically, fear tends to grow most unmitigated when it is distant and unseen. I understand what you might be worried about, but I don't see even the earliest potence of it. So don't hesitate to share the unfiltered thoughts that arise while you're in here. Boss node, BRB. Oh, okay, it's fine. Are you like at the last node of the canto? If you are, can you tell me where I currently am? Like currently, like in the story. I don't think I'm halfway through, but hey, you know, like because I haven't unlocked the Lunacy. I'm close to the end. Okay. So don't hesitate to share the unfiltered thoughts that arise while you're here. I know what I saw in the footage, but I'm still having a hard time believing it. Well, I don't know, maybe I'm just avoiding the truth when it's staring me right in the face. My case is nothing like Don Quixote's. She just needs to keep her shoes on and it's all good and dandy for her, isn't it? Things don't work out that way for me.
Whatever they're talking about sounds hella deep, guys. You sure about you stomping on him like this?
That Jesus always really cagey about himself. Maybe it's now our chance to learn more about him.
He's sharing such an IS about himself for once. Why walk away?
Don Quixote gives a nonsensical interpretation of Yoshu's acronym as Kira rolls her eyes out of exasperation. Between the bickering sinners and Kira, however, Otis stands in silence with an inscrutable look on her face. She's listening to the exchange between Moses and Gregor like a woman possessed. Okay, let's keep listening then. Otis was right. Damn it, she was right all along. The war isn't over. It never was. And it can't ever be over as long as this fucking joke of a gift stays detached to my arm. Barb the words. Now, let's revisit a question you couldn't answer while the footage was playing. Hopefully, it's become easier to answer now. You've been using that arm to fight just fine so far. How? I don't mind fighting hostiles or enemies. I'm not the kind of person who worries about people trying to kill me.
Oh, pardon my... It seems that I'm wrong. What do you mean? Am I like about halfway through? Something like that? Oh, 2 boss fights. Okay. Thanks for the info. You're on the first one. Okay. I guess it's going to be a ring docent. Like you can tell me if my guess is right. Like it's not going to be spoiler for me, but I guess it's a ring docent because Rhodia, like the Rhodian ID, you know, like, seems quite obvious to me. But killing my comrades, that changes things, doesn't it? I can't even control it. There's nothing I can do to even brace for it. It's unstoppable. Like some kind of time bomb counting down to unleash a disease. You never know when its symptoms will set off. It's a docent, okay. Even Heathcliff, who was always the first to step up when people begin to spiral into self-hatred, stood in conflicted silence, his lips drawing a hard, straight line. Besides Gregor wasn't wrong in that. At present, there wasn't any way to stop his transformation should it occur again. We've still got a good chunk of the journey left, and eventually we'll have to. No matter what lurks in the past of us sinners. No matter what lurks in the pasts of us sinners, even if they have killed hundreds, thousands, no, tens of thousands of innocent people, will you still embrace them? We'll eventually have to confront an even darker, bleaker truth of the war. Can I really trust Gregor not to crumble under that inevitable pressure? I see. You were afraid you'll end up hurting us. Well, that's... Well, at first I thought I couldn't give a hoot whether or not I accidentally murdered some of you. It's a bit saddening to hear that. You know how it is, Honglu. We, the boss team, didn't exactly get off to a rocking good start. But through our journey, I've begun to think of you all as my comrades. I was okay with that because I had too much faith in my own weakness. And I realized that I'd grown so weak that I couldn't even take down some backstreet thug with this arm. I was relieved. Imagine that, the same arm, my arm, a weapon that stabbed the heart out of countless people during the Smoke War. I'll be honest, when that Hohenheim fella said that I was an exception, the thought alone made me hope. Exception, a potential to be harmless, weaker than even a non-combatant like Isang, made me hope for a life that didn't sound so bad. We all know how that went though, don't we? Blew up in the worst possible way. And after all that, just couldn't bring myself to fight again. Because I no longer know when this fear would eat me up again. Because I'm constantly afraid of this damn gift manifesting again. The same fear you've carried all this time. How did you endure it before? Badly, barely, holding on to the idea that the living's gotta live on and nothing else. Huh. This really brings me back years. The memories are so clear that it's like they all happened yesterday. Unless you kick me off the bus before push comes to.
That can be the answer, Gregor. You can walk away, but the danger of our journey won't live with you. Dante and the rest of us will still be facing an endless repeat of peril. It's not like leaving the bus will bring peace to your heart. Our death can be reversed should an accident occur, even if it comes at the cost of Dante's suffering. The same can be said for most people in the city. Now that's something I never expected to hear from you. I guess you're right. If we're seeing this through to any kind of end, this would be the place to do so. Not many places in the city have some warmth to them like this one does. Boy, this consultation thing's pretty embarrassing. I mean, it's not like I was forced to go through something as traumatizing as yours, homie. Truth be told, I'm not some special case. Everyone who participated in that war must have gone through more or less the same experience. Miss Moses, Otis, and even Valentina, that piece of work. We can't attach a number to our misfortunes as if there's something to be measured. When I fled from my past, I tried my hardest to avert my eyes from it. But you, Gregor, you're not like me. Every few steps that distanced you from the past, you'd come to a pause to spare a look toward the path you had walked. All those years I let slip by, all those that slipped you by are dotted with fathoms of suffering that are both ineffable and beyond measure. Different experiences, different pain. Still, if there's one thing common to everyone, it's that trauma leaves after effects that linger for a long time. What are yours? I dislike loud noises and people who talk too much. They sound too much like the cacophony of the war, like screaming comrades who resented me even as they lay dying, and the wounds they left in my heart let me try. But I thought you were fond of Miss Ezra, Miss Moses. I've talked too much. That aside, haven't you heard your fill? Might as well come out from that corner you're hiding in.
Oh man, we've been dropping names this whole time.
I was actually waiting for just the right time to come out and say a few words, but I couldn't find an appropriate moment to... Oh, well. I would have had to share this with Manager Bird or the rest of you fellas sooner or later, so I don't really mind, but... What's she doing here? T.A. Temporary ally? No. Temporary accompaniment.
Don't be an asshole. I'm working my ass off to help you guys.
Pleased to make your acquaintance. You're right on time. I've been working on the theory, but I don't have all the clues to be absolutely certain. A word from someone in the know may immensely improve my confidence in the theory. Kira, do you know which door the Thumb's nurse father was most attached to?
No, Da.
Da? That's supposed to be obvious. Didn't you guys all see her?
I think I just shut up a scary lady like that. Dude, she was beating the ever-loving shit out of Lucio every time I saw them together. Oh yeah, he went down fighting you guys to the end, huh?
Oh. Yeah, said stuff about her generosity and all that and fought till he died.
Damn. That's unexpected. Being real for a sec here, I thought he was totally gonna swap sides.
Really? The blood? And why is that?
You know, the vibes. You guys don't know cause you haven't seen him long without the scary lady always looming over him. What's up? Gonna stab her right in the spine?
You.
Look, I think you might be training wrong cause like, you're not improving as much as you should from all that grind. Let me show you what I learned about sword swings from this comic book.
That is not how my master has instructed me. The textbook cannot be permitted to have even a single deviation if it means to repay the debt it owes her.
Why are you so obsessed with all that crap anyway? You don't even like that old lady.
But You're not so different from me in that regard, are you?
Bro, the heck you talking about? I love my papa. Seriously, I thought things were gonna crash and burn before Yoshida even came home.
Huh. Suppose Textbook and I had that in common. If this one doesn't know, let me redirect that question toward you, Ryoshu. Hopefully this touches upon one of your more intact memories. Do you know which of these doors the Thumbless Swallow showed particular attachment to? Or the door she used most often? Why ask me? Fine. Yes, I do remember. Don't even need Clark's help to piece it back together. Is that one? The door with metal pieces dangling from it.
Holy shit, I almost died out there. Son of a bitch, a fucking fly. Where did those G-Corp fucks even drag those gross pests from?
Mom? Are you okay?
Do I look okay to you, Ticket?
No, not really.
Huh. I'm fine. You know I don't break easy. You should be there to see me tear the head off that G-Corp vermin, Ticket.
But Mom, your leg's bleeding a lot.
Here comes another mission. Boy, they really can't do shit without me, huh? So much for a break. The fuck is this?
Bandages for you.
Is this kid serious? They've got truckloads of expensive treatments on the ready to patch me up the moment I get back to the well, okay, never mind that. Hey, this works.
Mom?
Sit tight and don't start any trouble. I'll teach you some sword techniques once I'm back.
Must have been her years in the smoke ward. Yeah, fighting in the war took a lot out of her and left her perpetually exhausted. But she marched to every battle with a smile. Stopped drinking. Stopped beating me too. Like a blissful idiot who forgot that she was still neck deep in the inescapable pit called the House of Spiders. Well, the ironic piece didn't last. Sometime after the war ended, someone she called the consigliere of the Thumb visited the House of Spiders as a tutor. And that's when she went right back to drinking herself into a shit-faced trooper day after day. The beatings returned, and so did the edge in her profanities. It was pathetic. Hold on, why though? Sure, I was on the losing side, but wasn't Valentina on the winning side? A war hero at that? Ever heard of the regulation that prevents smoke war participants from moving into I-Corp and K-Corp nests? The common thread between these post-war rules is that they make the lives of veterans difficult. Dubious rules that don't discriminate between winners and losers. I see. There must have been things going on behind the scenes there too.
But doesn't that mean that backdoor dropped us into a trench they dug during the war?
Yes, and Gregor would be the one to open it.
Wait, me?
Yes, others can do it for you, but what would be the point?
You sure this won't just end up giving him more nightmares? I don't see how this helps him in any way.
We do not have any means to treat whatever it is that slumbers within his arm. However, I would surmise that the underlying cause of this sudden transformation wasn't the arm itself.
Then, what?
It's trauma. His arm took control after his psyche was crushed by the weight of the unspeakable memories coming back to haunt him. It's not because the arm went berserk that he started reliving his painful past. It's the other way around, isn't that so? If you can come to understand that the war is really over, over, and that what others say, no matter how closely they echo the past, is not necessarily aimed at you. Then you may be able to loosen your grip on the fear and anxiety that your arm could metamorphose at any moment. While her suggestion may seem blunt, it is one of the basic treatment principles of MCORP's psychotherapy centers. Fine, then. Guess I'll open it up. Gregor walked up to the door, grabbed its handle, and paused, taking slow, deep breath. And with one arm, he gently opened the door. Why are you running? You should be taking the lead on the front lines with our G-Corp banner held high. I don't want to die. It's nice to have a place to go back to. Alright, happy 15th birthday. But you can't possibly have the cheek to call me cruel. You G-Corp pests were far more messed up than I ever was, ripping people apart, cannibalizing them. You are nothing but a swarm of fucked up monsters. Thought I'd woken up from the dream. I was still. Please, I don't want to fight. Okay, no, it's more ring. I don't want to fight the Ungezeifer, the Ungezeifer Kaiser again. Let me change my
이거 하면 내 만화책 진짜 돌려주는 거 맞지?
Oh, so Gregor is a must. So
전시 중.
이 떨림. 파시아도 기대되시나요?
honestly,
소재
나를 검은
원하신다면
let's go with that.
오늘도 부디 정신을 유지할 수 있기를.
This place. Eh? It's just a boring old office. I was kinda ready to be shook, thinking we were about to walk into a war zone or something. You recognize this place? Huh. Of course I do. My last job before the Limbus Company. And my desk was over there. Here's a tip for this. When you're working in an office like this, always get a corner desk facing the wall if you can help it. Lets you hide from the boss man. Out of sight, I don't mind, you know. You can do whatever you want that way. Work, chill, or even freak out in terror at the slightest sound of metal clinking. Nobody will catch you. Nobody will think you're a bother to other people. Gregor grins, a bitter, mocking smile directed at himself. The only downside of this desk arrangement being people walking up behind me to get my attention. I just had to hold a hey, vet higher. You know, it's goes right up to them, but others can't do that. So whenever people walked up to me from behind, I'd get afraid that I might cause an accident. Vet hire. Must be about the post-war veteran special employment. Right, and I couldn't possibly complain. Wouldn't have gotten that job without it, you know. Not everyone was lucky enough to be considered for that. I was better off than most. Gregor? Head manager Ted? Gregor whipped around, his hand instinctively leaping to his other arm. There was an unfamiliar man in a clean suit standing behind us. It really is you, Gregor. And I see some new faces with you. Oh, wait, your folk must be the account that the guys on the other team asked us to leave the meeting room open for. A little new job, huh? I see you've got a new employee card right there. So, how have you been doing? Me? Same old, same old. Well enough. It's not like I've got anywhere else to go, right? I was surprised you find new work so soon. You were always a dependable guy. Is it very good? How's life, man? Oh yeah, you were gonna sell that commemorative coin? Some kind of medal, right? Hope you got paid good money for that. Look at me, asking how's life to a fellow citizen. Can't imagine anybody would have anything good to say to that, huh?
Moving on. Hope no one holding you with that high shit over there. No, not at all. There's none of that here. Hey, that's good to hear, man. Then you don't have to deal with that dang jackass of an exec VP messing with you like he was a war veteran himself. No, how many years I had to hear that geezer bragging about how he profited from the war, pulling himself up by his bootstraps, about how in every peril is an opportunity waiting to be found, blah blah blah. Preaching to the core, aren't I? That guy, huh? Is he still taking his sauna breaks during work hours? What do you think? You see it misses his ass every day. And get this. Remember how he used to call you special employment fellas Nipple Force? A few days ago, his name showed up in the HR report. Guess what it said? Turns out he was lining his pocket with kickbacks when we were choosing the Fixer Office for Partnership project. There's about to be a vacancy in the office real soon. Really? Isn't he, an actual Nepo? Thought he's the president's family. Yeah, man, it's that bad. It's what anyone ever talks about by the water cooler. If there's anything I learned here, it's that people obsessed with back in my days are all kinda like him. They hate how the glory days are behind them. Kinda like a distraction from how pathetic they are now. And hey, a Backstreet kid like myself don't have glory days to look back on and yearn for, right? I look back and it's all doom and gloom. If you ever hit rock bottom, you also know the only way left to go is up. You've said something like that before, yeah? Yeah, guess it's my own brand of bullshit philosophy. Oh boy, look at me. Running my mouth in front of our customers. Sorry about that, folks. Oh, don't worry about it. That's a pretty unique prosthesis you've got there. No worries, but it seemed that you were on your way to submit those proposals. Gee golly, I'm late. Thank you for snapping me out of it. I'm gonna get one heck of a scolding. Anyway, Gregor, hit me up sometime, eh? Let's go out and catch up over a drink or something. Sure, I get the chance. The man who seemed like Gregor's former co-worker hurried away, but he didn't forget to wave us a good-natured goodbye. You can see a little bit of him in the way you talk, Gregor. Come on, I don't sound as old as he does, though, do I? Moses, who had been quietly observing as Gregor and his former co-worker chatted, exhaled a light stream of smoke and slowly began to speak. Many of us who returned from the war seem to suffer from a certain misconception. When we are told to remember, it does not mean we are bidden to live through the nightmare of the past over and over again. We are not being cursed to relieve the pain in suffering. Both Ezra and I we are both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. It's not like I remember because I want to. Well, if you can't bring yourself to forget them, might as well include in your memory the fact that the war has indeed ended. Fine. You're not wrong there. Gregor stared at his right arm for a while, quietly contemplating. Manager Bud. Can't say I can give you any reassurance, but just going on with my life seems to be the best answer for now. I want to ask if you're okay with that, though. I manage, but it's you who's going to have to deal with the aftermath. Gregor would always say the same to those suffering from the cruelty inherent in living. Still, live on. Just live on. Welcome back, Sylvian. Yet, even as his lips spoke those words, his eyes would take on a desperate and unfocused look, shaded beneath despair. Today, though, the gloomy grey seemed to give way to just a hint of the blue sky beyond. This may be no more than a single ray of the sun peering through the dark clouds that have long suffocated the sky. It would probably take much more than this for the shadows to be fully lifted, but don't you worry. I'll be fine. It's a big step forward for him to have addressed even a little bit of that persistent anxiety from his past. Give me the good news, Sylvian. When we emerged from the door, we saw Otis facing away from us, her weapon drawn. Wait, I don't think she even followed us through the door. Were you here the entire time? Yes, I was told by that Allen figure that someone has to stay behind and watch the door during these operations. So I stayed
And more for this.
Oh man, it's those asshats again.
Weird. The corridor's not a place for those newbies to be roaming around on their own. As you can see, a few uninvited guests have decided to visit us through a different door. I looked past Otis just in time to see more Fovists pouring into the corridor through a different back door. They must be trying to find a way to get to the Ringness Father's corridor. Well, we can just let them through, can we? Kill them all!
How many nodes do I still have before we reach the...
We reach the quote-unquote spoilery thing.
거치적거리지만 마.
방금은 좀 쩔었는데.
Close, okay. And I don't want to know why you kappa faced me.
대박. 방금 끝이었는데. 아이, 짜증나게. 요즘은 줘도 되잖아. 이럴 때 딱 씹어줘야 하는데.
예술적이네요.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
안 남았어도. 아이, 짜증나게.
이제야 친해졌나요?
나쁘지 않군.
보여드려야겠군요. 왜냐면
I need you guys to give more debuffs, boys.
헐.
Yeah, no debuffs there.
일리 있는 의견이다. 그걸로 하지.
바이올렛.
끝이.
파우스트, 신체파의 예술을 보여줄 시간이랍니다.
저의 뼈로 등을 잡고 저의 살로 채워놓은 외면의 예술.
I have a hard time like finding a timing to use critique.
먼치킨 압도적인 전력. 가끔 질릴 때도 있지만 역시 늘 먹던 맛에서.
Yeah, and again, he doesn't have enough debuffs to be critiqued.
감상은 어떤가요?
이제야 친해졌나요? 그 소재 가져갈래요.
Let's go, Kira!
바이올렛 브레이크 슬. 제가 연구원이라고?
저희 영감을
뻥치지 마.
도와주시는군요.
어디 해결사 출신 루키를 이런 곳에 짱박아 둔 건 아니고. 아이씨.
We've got the Violet Brick Slum.
감상은 어떤가요? 마지막으로 남길 말은? 신체 파의 예술을 보여줄 시간이랍니다.
저희 뼈로 탈관해도 이제야 친해졌네요.
And Faust being a menace.
재밌었다. 자, 오늘 할 거 다 끝난 거 맞지? 그럼 약속대로 이 만화책이랑 해결사 잡지 가져간다.
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지 작품을 뜻하죠.
Oh!
비록 지금 제 작품이 만인의 심금을 울리지는 못하더라도
Prescript fuckers!
여전히 반지에 부끄럽지
Well.
않은 작품을
내 작.
전시 준비는 완벽하다.
Do I have enough? Not yet. I don't have enough.
전시 준비는
이따
소재가
나를 점 찍었다면
내가
드디어 내 차례냐?
전원 집합. 이번 작품에
I don't have
대해 논의할
enough
시간.
thingies to get those to have the student assault for the student. Once we dealt with the four beasts who invaded the Thumb's Nurse Father's destroyed corridor, we left for the indexes and ran into a few familiar faces waiting for us at our destination. Don't you guys have today off? Yeah, but I thought I might as well come along. It's, you know, you keep summoning us while we're in the middle of something, so I decided that it might actually be more convenient for us to be with you in person. Your summoning occurred at the most an ideal moment. Now, I know you weren't doing it on purpose, but all 3 times you summoned me, I was leaning over snacks topped with a bunch of whipped cream. Today I learned that blacking out and waking up to a me-shaped indent in a cake I was about to chow down doesn't make for a very relaxing break. So, sorry about that. I should checked in with you guys before summoning, but I'm still getting used to it. Okay, now you're being too sorry. No hard feelings here, you know? I'm taking a look because I need some exercise, that's all. I appreciate the additional employee assignments. Now, if you could share any information you know about yet another corridor? I hang out here all the time, so I know this place a little. There was this super clingy, annoying little... No, that wasn't the masked dude. There was this other, Is that something you don't remember? Oh, right. Kira probably doesn't remember Sora. Sora? I don't think that name rings any bells for us either. Is that someone who used to live here? Yeah, well... Sora was the Index apprentice, so she probably lived here. Vasoth, the Index apprentice! Oh, pretale! Wherefore is it that the middle, the thumb, and the ring each have apprentices, yet the Index and the pinky lack them? It would indeed be quite odd if a mere 3 of the 5 fingers kept an apprentice each. To trace I might my recollections, yet I find it like following a trail of odorless air, invisible and unreal. No, there was someone, but I can't... The representations of the Pinky and the Index's apprentices are missing. No, to be more precise, a merciless blade has shredded and reduced them to intangible formlessness. How refreshing to hear that same impression from someone else rather than myself for once. As it seemed that I was the only one who remembered the 2 apprentices, I retraced back to our first meeting and briefly shared what I knew about Sora. Huh, she doesn't sound like a very forgettable character. Well, the Arayashiki cut her into ribbons. That would explain why it feels as though I'm recalling a sequence of events with a critical part missing in between. I can almost imagine her
giggling to herself like a creepy loner, and she probably wears glasses too, right? Like one of those gloomy introverts from anime.
I see. So that's why it feels like I'm tearing through each strand of the weave. You sure? Let's say the words made of strings or threads, Clark. With every slash, this blade would be cutting through the flow of strands that twine to compose one's existence. When an object is severed forever beyond repair, you'd think neither trace nor shape would be left of it. But now that you've pieced some of it together, it's almost... Instead of elaborating further, Ryoshu fell silent again, save for the sound of the tip of a cigarette turning to ash, like she was recalling another incomplete memory. I guess she's trying to avoid over-speculating on what she doesn't know for sure.
Damn, that totally breaks the meta. I had a vague idea of how it works, but this is the first time I'm hearing the deets. Papa had to go through 4 ramp-up stages and remove Sears to even make full use of his sword. Honestly, yours needs a trade-off. You're so totally polycrypts, Papas.
I love Kira so much. Like, God, I love Kira. Like, she's the kind of girl I would spend hours with talking about anime and in League. Yeah, I would make. I wouldn't say I would make her play League, but you know. Gotta give her a taste of Gotta give her a taste of my poison. Oh, there's only one boss? Okay. T.O. There's plenty already.
Oh, so true. Yes, slicing your memories away is one hell of a trade-off. Sorry.
Okay, so I'm guessing you don't have anything to contribute for this corridor.
Ah, I've got one. I don't know where it leads, but the index guy used it all the time.
Hopefully it doesn't drop us in an army of indexes. TPU. They rarely gather in big groups.
She said that's pretty unlikely. Oh, what was that for, Ryoshu? Wait, did you just hit me with that sword handle?
I didn't do anything. But I saw it. I saw Ryoshu's scabbard. Araya suddenly jerking to the side, prodding Sinclair like it was annoyed by something. I want STS. I'll SIYLC until you can barely walk.
I swear this isn't a slender or whatever.
Look, you poked me so hard it left a mark on my arm here. Well, I don't want to read too much into it, but the scabbard was rattling like it was irritated by something.
Stop interpreting for her. This is why she won't stop making up these nonsense acronyms. He's making it worse. I gotta stop him from translating for her somehow.
Araya? Wait, that voice just now. It sounded a lot like Araya's.
Dante, Dante, you saw that too, right?
Oh, Ryoshu didn't do anything.
Well, wait, really? It really wasn't her?
Nope. Then it's decided. To be fair to Sinclair, no one else but I saw in full detail how the scabbard came to be. Which means that he couldn't imagine in his wildest dreams that the scabbard poked him of its own volition. It didn't seem like any of the sinners heard that voice either.
Damn, you guys bully him a lot, huh?
Well, that's been long overdue for a little smack upside his noggin. We should head inside. Let's not keep Alan waiting. Kira directed us toward an almost disturbingly normal wooden door
so featureless that I could have mistaken it for any of the dozens of doors we'd walked past in Otherness. We were greeted by a whiff of stale, musty air the moment we walked through the door. I think this leads to a basement, and emerged to what appeared to an almost dungeon-like basement area. Whenever the masked unk's beeper rang, he'd walk through this door. So, what are they? The Index. Signs of life. There were people living down here up until just a few hours ago. While you're here, paper slips. We're only executing the prescript. I've had it with these prescripts, though at least yours don't make annoying beeps. The basement was stocked up with share of stable and non-perishable foods, and the cells were all completely empty save for what looked like a makeshift bathroom in each of them. It is likely that this dungeon was used to imprison individuals of varying features that may be required to complete a prescript. Seriously? This room seems to have been used for something worse than simple incarceration. Among false conjectures is that the captives were conditioned in body and mind in various ways to match the prescript's liking. Sounds like that guy was just as crazy as the rest of them. Wait, that staircase right there leads up. Let's check out what's... Friggin' annoying, man. The heck are you doing? You cannot enter through this door. Oh, I see. Another griefer bloody blocking in the doorway. Move. I need to see something. The will of the prescript forbids you. You cannot enter through this door. What do we do? Is it worth forcing our way in there? They seem pretty adamant about not letting us in. I'd prefer if we stayed as far as possible from anything that has to do with the gods. I mean, prescripts, but nothing in this basement gives me any indication as to where the door connects to. But this is right. We're gonna have to get upstairs somehow if we want to get an idea of where this door leads. If Rian's been using this basement, then I'd like to see what's upstairs. Honestly, learning that this door connects to some basement is more than enough intel to cross it off the list. Still, if this has anything to do with Yoshi's memories... Alright then. Let's push through. Executing your command. Executive Manager. The will of the prescript is absolute. Is it though?
너희 너무 얕잡아 보인 거 아니야?
Some of you may already be aware that the prescripts are delivered through various means. Of these, the paper slip is the most commonplace and the most preferred by many. Then the question we must ask is, how many forms might the prescript take? Do they all flow from a single origin, or are there distinct entities behind each? Unraveling these mysteries is the purpose of the Society for the Research of the Index. Now, would you like to join us explore the answers together? A modest blade, unassuming and unworthy of note. Yet, in following the prescripts, the fulfilling of its directives, the aid of messengers that emerge from unseen places, the teaching of the proxies, it is slowly perfected into a weapon imbued with a singular uniqueness. Oh, it's a focused encounter. Interesting. Kinda need to make them not hit Honglu, I think.
예전엔 그런 거 좀 치사하다고 생각했지. 근데
Now it's Otis who's the target of the prescript.
LCD였나? 특색도 있는 거기.
So I can just go there,
그
there.
사람들은 있는 거 없는 거 끌어모아 쓰는데도 뭔가 멋있더라.
This one has quite a bit of debuff, so I'm just going to redirect it like that.
갑니다.
So that I can use... Yep, critique, let's go.
밀도가 아쉬운데.
합격장.
대박! 방금은 간지였는데? 아이씨, 팝콘쯤은 줘도 되잖아. 이럴 땐 딱 씹어줘야 하는데. 먼치킨, 압도적인 전력. 가끔 질릴 때도 있지만 역시 늘 먹던 맛에서만 느껴지는 도파민이 있다니까.
Who's the prescript target? Onglu again?
관람 중에는 정수.
전부 쳐주게!
비뚤어졌고
Bruh. It actually staggered.
반만 남았어도 이 정도쯤은.
Oh, come on, Ishmael.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Guys, why are you so dog shit with hitting your fucking heads?
임파스터.
외면의 예술을.
먼치킨, 압도적인 전력. 가끔 질릴 때도 있지만 역시 늘 먹던 맛에서만 느껴지는 도파민이 있다니까.
전부 쳐주게!
This one should die.
아듀.
And this is definitely assuring me that everyone else will die.
제가 연구원이라고?
저희 영감을
뻥치지
일깨워
마.
주시는군요.
어디 해결사 출신 루키를 이런 곳에 짱 박아둔 건 아니고? 아이씨, 뭔가 아깝네.
It's a bit of a pain that they just all died there though, because like
전부 쳐주게!
나가서 싸워. 균단가 봐주세요.
they do not have debuffs anymore.
파우스트, 신체 파의 예술을 보여줄 시간이랍니다.
저희 뼈로 틈을 잡고 저희 혈관에 덮게. 나쁘지 않아요.
방금은 좀 쩔었는데 어중간한 예술은 물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에.
That's a lot of debuffs for Ring Sound to just
밑그림은 완성.
skill 2 through it.
빠르게 치라.
먼치킨,
어디에서도 볼
압도적인
수 없을
전력.
색채를 이제야
Just kill.
재밌었다. 자, 오늘 할 거 다 끝난 거 맞지? 그럼 약속대로 이 만화책이랑 해결사 잡지 가져가.
What's up there? You may speak to me casually, Araya, but in the presence of other apprentices, perhaps you should find it preferable to mimic the tone of the Dihuistar. Come on, it's not like I wanted to be Dihuistar. Just let me do whatever I want while I'm here. Certainly, you have a point. So what's up there? What's there up the stairs? I'm not so sure myself. I've never been upstairs. Aren't you even a little curious? Why bother peeling back the heavens to see what is beyond? Those wanting of yearning needn't to raise their heads skyward. Am I seeing Araya's memories? Clock, what did you see? I'm not sure, but now we've got another reason to check what's upstairs.
걸작을 자아낸 마에스트로님이 어떤 평가를 내려주실지
마에스트로님이.
흥분이 가시지 않는구려.
Oblivion. Silence. I guess we're still getting some. Maybe this is just a combat only. Yeah, it seems like it's going to be combat only.
너희 너무 얕잡아 보인 거 아니야?
Okay, I don't like. Oh fuck! You know what? I'm going to use it. I don't want you guys to attack to attack Ishmael. So I'm just going to slow you guys down. Oh, come on, Honglu.
짜증나게.
Oh, fuck!
40. 먹칠.
목이 피었잖아.
왜? 쌈 구경 시켜준다는데 뭐.
This motherfucker completed the fucking prescript.
그 독방에 있어봤자 할 것도 없고.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
합격장.
방금은 좀 쩔었는데.
Wow!
아니, 치지 말고 썰라니까. 아까는 썰라니까 찌르더니. 아이씨, 짜증나게.
꿀을
이게
건드렸겠다.
어려워? 대박! 방금은 간지였는데. 아이씨, 어중간한 예술. 이쯤은 줘도 되잖아. 그럴 때딱 물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에.
Wow, indeed, I have dog shit luck category, like, my sinners are like top notch.
남았어도 이 정도쯤은 브레이크 슬램! 임파스터. 예전엔 그런 거 좀 치사하다고 생각했지. 근데 LCD였나? 특색도 있는 거기. 그 사람들은 있는 거 없는 거 끌어모아 쓰는데도 뭔가 멋있더라.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는
Oh,
내가
come
봐주지.
on.
짜증나게. 이번 소재는 보기보다 사납네.
꿀을 건드렸겠다.
와, 거기서 그렇게 맞으면 답
밑그림은
없는데.
완성했다.
빨리 리타이어 시키는
훌륭한
게
단말만
그나마
해요.
스톤에서 김장 떡밥이라도 돌릴 수 있는 거 아닌가?
이제야 완성되었나?
어떻게 목숨은 간당간당 붙였네. 여기서 반전 없이 다 쓸려버리는 노잼 전개 보여주려는 건 아니지? 빨리 끝나면 오늘 할 거 열나 없다고.
Okay,
집이
target
들려줄
being
거야? 아님
artist.
잘 좀 해봐.
점 찍었네.
Brother, my sinners are especially dog shit today.
나쁘지 않군.
퇴장 시간이 되었답니다. 그럼 안녕히.
항상 저희 영감을 일깨워 주시는 거예요.
바이올렛. 이걸로
Like, I am used to my sinners being absolutely dog water, but like,
치킨,
wow.
압도적인 전력. 가끔 질릴 때도
We've
있지만
reached new heights.
역시 늘 먹던 맛에서만 느껴지는 도파민이 있다니까.
Why you're fucking aiming at Honglu? You know what? I'm just going to do that.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채.
훌륭한 단말만 해요. 비뚤어졌구려.
임파스터. 먼 치킨, 압도적인 전력. 가끔 질릴 때도 있지만 역시 늘 먹던 맛에서만 느껴지는 도파민이 있다니까.
Oh.
전부 쳐죽여!
마지막으로 남길 말은 파우스트 신체파의 예술을 보여줄 시간이랍니다.
They are dead.
저희 뼈로 이제야 친해졌네요.
제가 연구원이라고?
완성.
뻥치지 마. 재밌었다.
돌아가면 의견이 나는
Let's go.
자, 오늘 할 거 다 끝난 거 맞지? 그럼 약속대로 이 만화책이랑 해결사 잡지.
Kind of let down when they were body blocking the door like there was some big secret behind it.
Right. Looks like just like any other average family home.
I recognize this room. I recognize this room. This room is familiar. Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no fucking way it's Roland's house. Why would there be, like, the fucking prison in the basement? Unless it has been modified after? Ain't no fucking way it's Roland's house. It really looks like Roland's house though, like... Oh yeah, maybe that's the case, yeah. Maybe it's Rien's place modified to look like Roland's place, but it really fucking looks like Roland's place. And I wouldn't be surprised for the press script to say, oh yeah, no one gets into the Black Silence's room, this is a holy place, especially if Hermes, you know. I wouldn't be surprised. It wouldn't surprise me that it is actually Roland's place. Like, if there was the cradle, if like, Gregor moved out of the way and we could have seen the cradle, if the cradle is here, I'd say it's totally Roland's house. Right? Looks like any other average family home.
Oh man, I get cleaning up the chore, but peeps should at least dust their home once in a while.
The thick layer of dust covering every surface and the blotchy wallpaper made it clear that no one's been living here for a good while. The cradle is not here. Oh yeah, I think it is Rien's. Yeah, I think you're right, Sylvian. Because Rien had a child. So yeah, I think you're right. Whichever family lived here must have had a child. Look, there are drawings and doors too, though it seems like the place has been abandoned for quite a long time. Could something bad have happened in here?
Yeah, something must have happened in here that caused the family to flee, and never got to return.
Yeah, lots of evidence suggesting that. The open door, the single shoe just lying around. So someone fled from home for some reason, never to return. I don't know, it's kinda hard to narrow down the cause. It really could mean anything. Are you searching for something in particular, Ryoshu? Yes, it doesn't seem to be here. Every framed photo is singed beyond recognition, and whatever documents there were have been torn to shreds. Kinda like my memories. But this wasn't where he escaped to, huh? The index nurse's father, Rien. The last time we saw him, he fled the house via the corridor after suffering a severe wound at Ryoshu's hand.
If by some miracle he survived, there's a chance he'd come after Ryoshu again, but something about our last encounter led me to believe that it was the last time Ryoshu would ever see him. This is... Oh no! Fuck, yeah, it's Rien's old... It's Rien's old place. Do you recognize this drawing? I found myself hoping to see Ryoshu piece together another memory. She'd been recalling new details all day whenever something caught her attention. Sadly, she responded by softly shaking her head. No, I don't. The waves, they are lonely.
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지 작품을 뜻하죠. 비록 지금 제 작품이 만인의 신금을 울리지는 못하더라도
Oh, wait!
여전히 반지에 부끄럽지 않은 작품을
기능본.
Okay, we've got Ring for Vism Assault now. To add to my team. There is his.
발톱 장식의 요격 없음. 먹이를 핥혀 소나기에 담으려는 격정 느껴짐. 이번에 만들어낸 작품은 심사에 출품해도 좋겠군.
Now, Sangria. Oh! Guess we're here!
내 작품.
시연은
전시 준비는 완.
이 떨림.
소재가 좀
나를 점 찍었다면
내가 움직여야 하나?
저 살점을 찢으면 더 붉게 칠해지겠지?
After leaving Rien's quarters, we explored the index corridor for a while, but didn't find anything that could help piece Ryoshu's memories back together. Great work. Now that leaves just the Pinkiness Father's corridor. But that room didn't have any back doors for us to explore. There were countless moles in the adjacent corridor, but our guideline makes it a bit difficult to delve into each and every one of them right away. Which means that our work here is done. Thank you for your assistance, Dante. Ah, okay. Glad we could help. Dante replies they're happy to have been of assistance. Well then, it's been a pleasure. After a brief round of handshakes, Alan returned to the forward base. You probably should have done the same, but... I'll take a look around here anyway. Sure. As we had more business here than simply checking the doors, we decided to stay a little longer and investigate the Pinky's corridor. The Pinky Nurse Father's room had a peculiar structure. Each door we opened led to a room identical in shape to the previous one. And even though I was certain we'd traversed through quite a few rooms, we somehow found ourselves back at the starting point. There are some small design differences between each room that help to tell them apart, but it's difficult to tell which is which unless we look really hard at every detail. Where are we now? The kitchen? How do you know that? I've been here before. Someone ghosted me after promising to watch Fix Eclipse together, so I thought I'd come visit. It's someone you'll have met too, I think. It was, must be another one who was severed by the Arayashiki. Damn! You might be right. His name was Ren, the Pinky Apprentice. I tick-tocked, but no one here really seemed to have anything to say to that. I suppose that only makes sense. After all, his existence registered to no one here but me. So, when you said back at K-Corp that you'd cooked before, We're talking about this, huh? Yup. I used to perform intense culinary artistry here. Your scabbard's shaking. The reviews were glowing. One of them was YUM, meaning yeah, and unbelievably mouth-watering. The scabbard, Araya, was defiantly shaking from side to side in a valiant effort to deny Ryoshi's claim. Must have been pretty damn bad, huh? Having a hard time believing her, if you ask me. What did you usually make? Boxed lunch. Boxed lunch that kids might bring to grade school, with sausages cut like octopuses and tamagoyaki. A bit simple to be intense culinary artistry, don't you think? IF. Didn't you know, there's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry. So, I want octopus sausages, tamagoyaki, and... Why are we making sausages out of an octopus? No, I mean, sausages cut like octopuses. And why are we cutting sausages into octopus shapes? Because it's adorbs, that's why. Something like this? Well, what's that? Sausage carved into an octopus shape. Didn't miss a single suction cup. Come on. I didn't mean like a real life octopus. It's gonna be a dwarf's key. Isn't it all the SD once it goes down the gullet? Why is this so important? But, Mommy, there's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry. IDU. Huh? You're doing your weird acronyms again, aren't you? It means I don't understand. Ah. That's when you say, I don't know, Mom. Shake my head. These must be some of the happiest memories Ryosho and Araya shared. The sinners, me and Araya, even as a scabbard, could imagine or recall them in full. But for Ryosho, the most important part of those memories remains sliced away. Still, if we can continue to piece more and more of our memories together by going over these places. You wanna check out what's upstairs too? As soon as I asked, however, the sinner's footsteps came to a simultaneous stop. Wait. Hang on, Clockhead. Don't open the door just yet. I looked back and found Kira and Heathcliff poised to fight, hands on their weapons. This way, manager. And Massault, who realized what that indicated, yanked me to the back of the line. And in mere moments. So there was someone guiding those who helps. Figures that send more than fodder to the House of Spiders. Stinks of wet dog. The claws of a massive paw slashed through where we had just been standing. Wolf mask? It really is as Maestro Emile Benoit said. This place is already occupied. If you would be so kind as to help me with directions. Is this where Master Callisto's art is located? The question came from a woman who appeared from one of the doors that led to a different corridor. She was wearing a wolf mask, and unlike the Fauvists we had encountered thus far, she seemed to make it a point to speak and act with decorum. But a subtle hint of violence in her voice quickly betrayed this air of false civility. Sure you're at the right address, lady? Roboanks stuff ain't in this part of the house. Find a different corridor. Yes, I am aware. But I'm not here looking for his creations, which are easily mistaken for mass-produced garbage. I could feel her intense gaze, and even though her face was obscured by the mask, and there was no doubt that her eyes were bearing down on Ryosho. Suddenly, I was reminded of what Rien said moments before he fled through the corridor. We let them observe us too freely. What does that? The Fauvists got to confirm a lot of important intel, including the fact that the House of Spiders has fallen and that Ryosho currently has possession of the Arayashiki. They want Ryosho for themselves, whether she's completed or not. reassured as she is now. Isn't that intriguing for once? My name is Rufo. Yoshihide, the blade coveted by the Five Fingers, Master Callisto's final and posthumous masterpiece. As a docent of Fauvism, please allow me the honor of escorting you to our gallery. Do I want to? Don't see the point in hanging out with people in those anesthetic AM. As expected, Ryosho declined Rufo's request with a curt reply, and Araya too rattled angrily in the docent's general direction. Then, I'm afraid my only remaining option is to rely on our usual method of hushing. How are our odds? I don't know, she's probably tougher than me at my maxed out stats. Really? The shape of her ring suggests that she's a docent of the school for Fauvism. Her position is comparable to that of a cup of the thumb, or a big sibling of the middle. Oh! So she's Ricardo level! Let's dance.
Verily, that maketh her a foe who may surpass even Ricardo's might, or, with a stroke of ill fortune, even Lei Heng.
Doubt she's anywhere near as strong as Lei Heng. Our chances are HO-HO-aim. Half or more?
I like those odds.
Half off, half or more.
Dude, really?
Outmoded, has been. Why seek out the art of a has been after all this time? It was a decision met with much confusion from the outset. To entrust such a momentous project in the hand of one such as Callisto, why everyone agrees that it is no less foolish than casting a pearl before swine. And they were quite on point with that assessment. His oeuvre, recovered from the house, were more tools than art, the sort that the likes of workshop meisters might assemble. No self-respecting maestro would create such mundanities and call them art. Now I must ask for your forgiveness for presuming that you would be no different from the rest of his work. But what I observed above this room completely changed my perspective. The scorched corridor, the ferocity with which you've scarred the walls and the floor, as though a frenzied beast had torn through them. There is but one tool that could possibly have left such marks behind. At least you've got a passable eye for art. Yoshihide, I ask you, have you ever considered pursuing art of a further elevated beauty? It will be an experience that departs from the dilapidated remnant that dubs itself corporism, a movement so constrained by its obsession over the human corpus that once it had depleted all meaning it had to offer, it began piling on empty definitions onto itself. Fauvism is a movement that has broken from the traditional mold. Unfettered like a beast that roams free, we dare ourselves to ask questions that challenge the mind. What is man? What are things? What does it mean to trace the origin? How do we define that which we call the fauve? These are the subject matters that have led us fauves into the field of fertile creativity. Should you, a wielder of that relic, enter the fold of our movement, it will layer your work with such an unrelenting spectrum of colors that it will be destined to leave an unforgettable impression in the annals of history. In other words, what we can offer you will be of much greater worth than what you may have learned from a teacher like Callisto. Never considered him my teacher, not a real one anyway. Finding beauty among the carnage of blood and flesh is a lesson I learned on my own. And yes, I know enough about your movement. Maybe I considered some of the works created by your school acceptable. At least among the ring's art. Or not, I can't remember. Then, will you? But I don't know. I don't know what makes your art more elevated than the one I pursue. The one you pursue. Didn't the site you claim to have seen clue you in? Oh, indeed, I do understand. Your art may appear to be no more than unchecked chaos at a glance, but upon closer observation, it reveals a fierce, dominant force that threads the entire scene together with its keenness as the connecting suture. Your blade work, too, shows such multi-layeredness. Mere keenness often entails mundanity, yet you often transcended such a limit by scorching the tail end of each slash. Truly a unique aesthetic sense. I believe I've sufficiently understood the full extent of that artistic merit imbued in that scene. No, you didn't. Lesser painters like you are such mediocrities that they fail to recognize the beauty that lies in the grotesque. They do little beyond painting the hell reflected in their eyes and call that shallowness hell's beauty. The sorrow condensed into a cry hailed in an instant, wrath and bound from the yoke of reason, the fading gleam of despair in the hue. You give no thought to what each of these emotions signifies, instead obsessing over the cursory qualities of what is beheld. Let me teach you otherwise. Pay attention, because I won't afford you another long-winded lesson. Reassure readied her scabbard. Pointillists, fauvists, supremacists, Blauwriters, cubists. I visited my share of the Ring's galleries, heard their commentaries, but none of them were to my liking. Your art is an overcomplicated pile of definitions buried in the symbols, caked in patchworks of empty shells. You and your art both talk too damn much. Just like Callisto's, kept trying to take from other movements, forcing meaning where there were none. Where there was none. Excess is easy. Anyone can do it. What's beyond most is making it succinct. The art of abbreviation. Alas, if all is one by one abbreviated away, nothing remains in its absence, making the void left behind completely bereft of meaning. No, the void is what remains, and it holds things that can't be found anywhere else. What is this? A minimalist manifesto? No. My aesthetics go beyond the pursuit of simplicity. I pursue the natural germination of artistic immaculacy, a state of perfection wherein further abbreviation is an impossibility. Sangria. A bit abstract, isn't it? Too removed, too plain, with a distinct lack of any meaningful, striking qualities. What exactly is it that elevates your art above that of Fauvism? Painters wield the stubborn sword that mere words can't convince. Indeed, there is no discipline more subjective than that of art. Discourse concerning its nature may extend for days on end, but it will not change the fact that unseen arts are meaningless, pretentious illusions at the end of the day. Then I suppose I have to carve it right into your eyes. Please do, though I'm afraid it may be overshadowed by the sheer vibrancy of my aesthetics. I, a docent of Le Fauvisme, shall personally welcome you to my critique session. Time to get in.
치사하게 자기 혼자
Let's see what she does.
너흰 저런 거 없어? 아, 없다고? 그럼 쩔 수 없긴 하지.
Turn start, gain 2 protection for every allied for his students on the ring. If the student used critique in this encounter, gain 2 protection and heal 5 SP instead starting from the next turn. If there are no allied for his students, gain 2 fire and reduce this SP down to 0 instead, immediately before getting hit by a skill that has 1 attack weight. If there is an allied student of the ring, have the setter take the attack instead. 2 times per turn, excluding assist units. Okay. Turn end at the turn of this unit, use critique. If an allied furthest student of the ring was defeated in this counter, refill its vacancy with the same student unit. Every turn start that refilled vacancy due to effect gain fragile and offensive down. Combat inflict palette vibrant next turn to sinners that have mode red and 2 shardy simultaneously. If target has 3 plus 6, 9, okay.
If electropoid vibrates instead, the amount inflicted is based intrinsic in the outward appearance of each animal is a distinct purpose, and we, the fauve, are the ones who awaken express the ferocity of those that we call wild beasts among them. Randomly gain offense and defense level up to allied rivalry to the turn numbers, respective flag. Recover them from stagger. All attacks type affinity who recover due to become fatal for next turn. Gain a new pattern at 75% health.
갑니다.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
가만히 씨. Come on, Otis! Oh, come on!
저기 앞에. 아니, 걔 말고 그 옆에 필 남았잖아. 안 잡고 뭐해?
The love of God, 이 song.
갑니다.
거기서는 왼쪽으로 가서. 아이씨, 짜증나게. 그렇지, 좀 치는데.
더 야성적인 깊이로 개라는 소재를 통달한다.
방금은 좀 쩔었는데.
40. 먹지.
대박! 방금 단지였는데. 반만 남았어도 이 정도쯤은 되잖아. 이럴 때 딱 씹어줘야 하는데.
Wait, why? Oh.
먼치킨 압도적인 전력. 가끔 질릴 때도 있지만 역시 늘 먹던 맛에서만 느껴지는 도파민이 있다니까.
Let me guess. Yep, because she hasn't been freed yet.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로. 왜? 좀 긁혔어?
아이, 짜증나게.
핫!
바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
보여드려야겠군요. 외면의 예술을.
Okay, now she.
먼치킨 압도적인 전력. 가끔 질릴 때도 있지만 역시 늘 먹던 맛에서만 느껴지는 도파민이 있다니까.
Is perfect. This one is going to die, so I can just not bother with him.
점 찍었네. 퇴장 시간이 되었답니다. 그럼 안녕히.
제가 연구원이라고?
저희 영감은
Yeah, critic is going to get triggered there.
내 해결사 출신 루키를 이런 곳에 짱 박아둔 건 아니고
신체파의 예술을 보여줄 시간이랍니다.
뭔가 아깝네.
저의 뼈로 틈을 잡고 저의 살로 채워놓은 외면의 예술.
Perfectly staggered.
나쁘지 않고.
먼치킨 압도적인 전력. 가끔 질릴 때도 있지만 역시 늘 먹던 맛에서만 느껴지는 도파민이 있다니까.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로. 내르프 정렬.
Okay, face change.
내가 공들였다면 애장품 특별히 보여줄게.
You are worthy of the privilege to behold my prize needlework.
먼치킨 압도적인 전력.
Okay, fauvisme.
가끔 질릴 때도 있지만 역시 늘 먹던 맛에서만 느껴지는 도파민이 있다니까.
It doesn't. Is it mean plus 515? Take for monopose attack, damage, deal with the if the target if so target has plus 2 aggro, reduce increase damage from effect by 5 plus aggro and clash lose gain 1 damage up 5 per turn at turn end or at attack end of a skill that hits scene the damage up effect gained with this effect expires. And it has the same couleur sauvage
Gain 8 protection, gain 2 for every type of negative effect on this unit. On Cash Loose, use Burst for the Pulsing Crimson under your skin skill. Gains 2 further from this effect instead. For the next turn, gain 1 defense for each time this unit is hit by a skill coin. Gain due to the effect expires. On Cash Loose, using Burst Force. Lose 1 defense with... Okay. Maximum pain tolerance dose. At 35... 6 panic. Converts into the volume muscular sanguinity and heal up to 55% SP. So she got another phase. I should be able to be defended from it because assist defense from like Honglu's like is
쓸데없는 관심 필요 없다.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
ouch. Okay, dodge everything. Yeah.
반달리즘은 사절이란다.
임파스터.
네, 쌈 구경 시켜준다는데 뭐 안 볼 필요 없잖아. 그 독방에 있어봤자 할 것도 없고.
Don't like this skill.
Sauvage.
그 소재 가져갈래요.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
It wasn't too bad.
네르프 정렬. 원색적으로.
Ooh, fuck, Yisung's gonna get staggered there. Yeah.
먹칠.
I guess we're gonna get the Masque du Loup en sangloté.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬램! 임페스터.
아,
급이 안 맞는 싸움도 꽤
오!
재밌다고 생각했는데
이상된 게 staggered. Holy fuck.
이게 구경하는 입장에선 졸라 애매하네. 뭔가 만화책에 나오는 주인공 일행처럼 간지나는 대사라도 좀 쳐봐.
Do I have someone who has like very little? I can win it with muscle.
소바주.
Can it deal like 58 damage and
벗어날 수 없다.
54? You fucking kidding me? To it.
임페스터.
Let's go.
아, 재밌었다. 자, 오늘 할 거 다 끝난 거 맞지? 그럼 약속대로 이 만화책이랑 해결사 잡지 가져간다.
Let's go. She got fucking spited by the debuffs. It's the tremor that killed her.
플러스 미묘하지만 분명하게 한 발자국 나아갔군요.
She's the one who did the most amount of damage.
평가 점수를
The
높였을지
fuck?
분석할 시간이 필요할 것 같습니다. 전투 도중 잠시 이성을 잃고 몰입한 적이 있습니다만 그때의 기억이 온전치 않아 아쉽군요.
Good memories. God. See? You're already looking much better with the superfluous animal parts removed. You're serious about founding your own movement. I already answered that. But you'll need time. Under the Fauvist's wing, and at least until you can fully cultivate your movement, perhaps. I don't suppose words have any meaning now. The docent raised her giant arm as though to strike us in her final act of defiance, then slammed it down upon the door we entered through instead. All I can do is buy time for. Mid-sentence, the docent suddenly went limp like a marionette whose strings were cut. Dead. And here I thought at least her last words were going to be succinct. Ah, thus we are made foes with yet another finger, the ring. It's not doom and gloom already, fellas. We beat enough of the fingers all on our own for the first time, didn't we? I see this as a pretty definite win.
All on our own, huh? Come on, bro. I was fighting my ass off out here.
Gregor has a point. The outcome of this battle would not have changed by a significant margin even if you had not been here, Kira. This is more like it. Won't have to freak out over a mere BB anymore, long as we're with Clark. Huh. Don't start congratulating yourselves for achieving the bare minimum. Those who celebrate over so small an occasion don't deserve to stand beside the executive manager. Well, I guess this isn't impressive at all to people who used to be much stronger, like Otis or Don Quixote.
Prithee, speak not such folly, for the joy of my compatriots is mine now, is mine own.
Have you any inkling as to why she might have, in her final moments, elected to demolish the door? Right? It's not like with the shortage of doors in here. Are we really debating the logical thought process of someone who was 2 seconds away from dropping dead? Come on, let's get out of here so we can bring everyone else up to date. Didn't they just leave this room? Ishmael walked out through the doors we'd entered through and appeared from behind us.
Oh shit! Where'd the exit go? Don't tell me the exit changes every time someone walks through it.
No, can't be that easy. I am
barred from enjoying the fresh air of the world outside, no longer free to travel the mountains and cliffs as my feet would carry me, as the other members of the Pinky are. I wish to no avail that I should be allowed to weave the delineations of wings and backstreets. Huh. So this is what she meant. The back door through which we traversed is a passage to the corridor of the one called the Index Nursewather. Cross the broken door we might, however, it avails us but a brief jaunt to the Pinky Nursewather's azure corridor before it returns us to this room. Room's now locked in a loop without a starting point. Won't matter what door we open. Is there anything we can do? A rescue team will arrive in time. As this location adheres to the regular flow of time, unlike the warp chains, it will be approximately between a week or two from the present before we can return. That's pretty long. Well, the first problem we're going to have to deal with is food. As far as I'm aware, we should be good to go for at least 3 days. Thanks, Rhodia. So let's... I didn't bring any snacks. It's not like we were about to walk into one of the alcohol branches or a dungeon, so... Yeah, makes sense. Looks like we're going to have to give this room a thorough search then. No need. If there's no exit, we cut open our own. What about the part where it cuts into your memories too? Deal with that yet? No, the sword it still cleaves my memories with every slash. Don't know what memory it will slice away this time, but it'll be something recent. Or one I hold dear. Oi! Wait! Don't be so bloody rash about it! Other than me, no one but Heathcliff still remembers the person he holds in the loving depth of his heart. Ever since the day of the Sepia Tempest, memory took on special, precious meaning to Heathcliff. Heathcliff suddenly reached out and grabbed Ryoshu's arm. Though Ryoshu and Heathcliff's circumstances were undoubtedly different from each other, it was clear that Ryoshu's reckless attitude towards sacrificing her own memories triggered a sort of anxiety in Heathcliff. What? And you here? Them nerds be here in a week or two to get us out. Why don't we just keep that sword nicely in that scabbard and wait it out? The radio doesn't work. What if we went up to the rooftop and entered one of those doors up there? There are thousands of them. Out of the questions. By doing so, we will be putting ourselves at a greater risk, that of casting ourselves into the endless maze that is the corridor.
Okay, but we'd admit if that brick wall of maestro went us right into this room. That wolf lady's last words, man, I'm seeing the flags. It's a hella risky move, yeah, but I think Yoshihide and her Obi soul is our best bet. Right, but what if we got lucky and they find us in a day or two?
Quit freaking out, HC. It will only be forgotten, not lost. Well, good memories don't tend to last very long. It's been a fun excursion, Clark. I looked toward the scabbard, expecting it to rattle violently as it did earlier, but it remains still. The white blade soon reveals itself, and cuts across the wall where the door used to be. And naturally, as the Ariashiki's blade cleaves through the wall, so does it Ryoshu's memories. Oh, we're really getting somewhere. The thin strands of Araya's image, which had just begun to coalesce, slowly unraveled and fell apart once again. Even still, Araya released the blade without hesitation. But it's okay. We'll try again, sir. Conveying no resentment, no hatred, but a few words of consolation. Don't feel too bad, as her voice faded into the gentle dark with Ryoshu's memories. Last stop, the next destination. Ah, welcome back. Question. What exactly was the point of verifying every back door within the House of Spiders? Oh, Hohenheim didn't fill you in? Any information regarding these doors holds an enormous value for us, not to mention the higher ups requesting us to reorganize the House of Spiders into a base of operations as soon as possible, even if we had to rush our work a little. Only speculating here, but I'm quite convinced that they're preparing for a conflict of sorts. These little pockets of absolute safety are extremely valuable during these operations, as you already know. Wait, stop right there. What? What conflict? What operation? Are you saying that your bosses are preparing for war or something? Just feel like there isn't enough alarm in his voice considering what he's saying. Preparing for what? Not even trying to hide it anymore, huh? Did I say something wrong? Must you ask to know? I thought everyone already knew. I mean, it's an open secret at this point. L Corp has already fallen. W Corp is teetering on the brink of collapse. You call us the aspirant W Corp. We call Limbus Company the aspirant L Corp, meaning we have a shared goal. But unlike the dead and gone L Corp, the current W Corp is still kicking, despite its rapid decline in recent years. And as we all know, companies in the city aren't worth much unless they've got the military force to back them, right? It's only natural that a business conflict would lead to a physical one as well. This is just a mere team leader speaking though. Who knows what the higher ups in our companies are thinking. Either way, much fruitful collaboration was had today. This all reflect pretty well in our performance metrics and we didn't even suffer that many losses. I can safely say that you should expect a positive review from us regarding this collaboration. After saying our farewells to Arlen, we returned to the forward base and shared with Hohenheim everything that's happened so far. Hohenheim and Faust both did not seem willing to discuss the subject of the looming conflict, so we instead decided to have Yoshu's memory and sword re-examined. Oi, Hohenheim! Results out yet? Not yet, assistant. I clearly remember telling you 3 minutes ago that it would take about 20 more minutes. Have you forgotten already? He talks too much. Yosha sounded irritated as she scolded Heathcliff, but I could sense a definite undercurrent of anxiety from the way she kept puffing her cigarettes to a stub at increasingly shorter intervals. Ugh. This room might be more smoke than oxygen at this point. Mind slowing down a tad? You're practically fumigating the room with cigarette smoke. Then speed up, glasses. Gonna bounce as soon as I hear the results. Both of you need to learn to respect that things take time. Yes, time is indeed relative. But the fact that I have managed to complete an in-depth analysis of an item of such mystery in a single day is an incredibly fast turnaround and therefore deserves your appreciation. I have been attempting to rein in the more self-indulgent part of myself as of late, but I believe this achievement deserves to be elaborated upon. It is an evident truth that such a result could not have been replicable had it not been for my genius brain. Go out to the hallways and grab any passing researcher and tell them about my incredible turnaround time, and you will hear them say, "Whoa, done already?" And to that I will answer, STFU. Evidently tired of the two sinners alternating turns hounding him for results, Hohenheim seemed to speed up the analysis and managed to hit the finish line much earlier than 20 minutes. Whoa, done already? Yes, there are times when test results are extracted earlier than the predicted time frame. Many of those instances are easily attributable to my genius at work. Then why aren't you saying anything? Give me the TR now. You did tell me to shut the fuck up, so I am attempting to observe the exact merits of doing precisely that. Ha! You think Yoshida would ever use known acronym straight? What if it's something like, sheesh, that's a full day and wind after work though? Any your verdicts on her interpretation? That is exactly what I meant. She's better than MTL in some way. How she lies as she breathes. At that moment, I might have caught a glimpse of the scabbard rattling slightly atop the examination device, almost as though it were giggling. Very well, then I get right into it. First, the memory of the time she was complimented for her cooking has been erased. Huh? That's it? Oddly, second, a name has been erased from her memory. Do you recall the name of the man who works with Manager Sod? Or Effie? Effie? I would have asked in the past tense had it been him who I was referring to. Oh, Pilot! Glad Miss Sod wasn't here for that. That kid. Right, I don't remember his name. She forgot Pilot's name? That she did. Among other mysteriously deleted memories are 172 hours of Don Quixote's tales of adventures and the type of food she fed to a seagull.
Fie upon it! Dost thou say that the memories most precious to young Ryoshu and me have been thrown into utter destruction?
Look, Donkey, I'm not trying to be mean here, but that seems pretty acceptable, doesn't it? For the price of unsheathing a sword like that? If we're going by sheer volume, I wouldn't quite say its mileage is acceptable. It erased several days' worth of memories just for a single swing, didn't it? I mean, yeah, but they kind of sound like inconsequential memories, don't they? Greg and Heath forget stuff all the time. How's this any different? The seemingly inconsequential nature of these particular memories weren't achieved by sheer luck. In fact, it seems to have been impacted by the scabbard of the Arashiki. Or, to be more precise, the power of Araya's ego. That's so. Ryoshu looked down at the scabbard with an uncertain, hollow look in her eyes. Oh, Araya! All that remains of Araya in Ryoshu's recollection is a blank space where the fragments of her existence used to be severed and removed again. While it takes a rather significant amount of time, the scabbard seems to be, yes, capable of selecting which of Senna Ryoshu's memories are to be erased as a cost of using Arayashiki. Sounds like I should be grateful then. But Ryoshu regards the scabbard with a conflicted look, as though to approximate the outlines of the void she left behind.
Oh, so it's got like a cooldown timer. She can use it whenever as long as she gives it time to select the trivial memories.
I wouldn't be so quick to dismiss them as trivial. The memory of the time when you were complimented for your cooking. It was quite a precious memory, wasn't it? You've performed an inverse calculation of the relic's cost. Yes, according to our measurement, the sword seems to factor in the weight of each memory when calculating the cost of wielding it. It's become rather clear that it takes more than light memories to properly wield it. So, have her memories been restored? As presumed, attempts to recall the erased being's existence have resulted in failure. That is quite discouraging. But not all is lost. Simply by knowing that something used to be in that negative space, many things can still be reminisced upon. Like Ryoshu said, forgotten, but not lost. Doc, you've just stepped foot into the world of sangria. She flashes the briefest of smiles, then scatters it away with a plume of cigarette smoke. Collecting the GB will restore it. What used to be here, in the pockets of void in my heart, I one and only. Ryoshu's gaze traced the invisible, the imperceivable. A few more days passed us by. We didn't spend those days idling. We visited Sod and Pilot in recovery, did a few odd jobs here and there, like helping suppress a distortion containment breach caused by a new IC hire. But with all those loose threads tied up, we managed to finally, after so long. And it feels like we're home again. Return to the bus.
Ha! Bus, sweet bus. The chair could use a little more cushioning, but there isn't anything like it out there. Damn, this is your hide. You're right. Hella badass. Hey. Between the two individuals who are looking rather pleased at Kira's astonishment, Hohenheim squeezed through to warn us about some things to watch out for. I asked Team Leader Allen to set the coordinates somewhere as close as possible to the nest. Keep driving through the door and we'd bring you right to an empty spot on the highway. Don't hesitate or hit the brakes, because if by any chance there is a car driving behind you, it will crash into the bus. So what are you two doing here on the bus? Decided to join the better team than you? I must admit to a certain degree of interest in hearing of your exploits, but to accompany you through them is an entirely different matter, isn't it? I'm only here to adjust your coordinates. Speaking of which, just how did you manage to escape your confinement? I told them I had stuff to help you with, and they let me out after making me scribble over some docs. Sorry to confinement's hella boring, so I thought I might get some air. Might as well say goodbye too while I'm out and about, right? I see. You exploited the fact that the new hires don't have any grudges against you. I thought that told them to impress upon the new hires that prisoners are to be treated as exceptions to the... Ah, right. The person in charge of the training is currently checked into the long-term recovery ward. More problems stemming from the shortage of manpower. I'd best include this in the report. Sounds like they're both here to see us go. Well then, time for valediction, I suppose. Perhaps I've grown far too used to seeing your faces. Saying goodbye doesn't come out as easily as I expected it to. Another day of reunion must await in the future. I would appreciate it if such a reunion had a low probability of occurring. I am not very partial to mathematical statistics like the probability theory. I hope your prediction is that right. Well then... Hey, Yoshihide. What? I wouldn't say we're family exactly, but... Listen, there's a lot of stuff I want to say to you and a lot of stuff I want to hear from you, okay? So... SYL. Did I do that right? Acronymize it into L. And call me Ryoshu, not Yoshihide. Prefer the echoes of that name. After a round of goodbyes, the two disembarked from the bus, and no sooner had the machinery clicked into place than the bus's wheels finally began to turn, bringing us closer and closer toward a blindingly radiant portal massive enough to engulf the bus hole. Well, off to our next destination, I guess. Oh, right. Where are we headed next? Dante inquires about the next destination, Vigilius. Ha! Now that's more like it. Been too bloody long since I heard that question. Yeah, don't get too excited. When has an answer to that question ever led us to anywhere that's not downright bizarre? Vigilius gave me a faint, knowing smile as though to confirm Ishmael's pessimistic remark, then delivered a comment that sounded too light-hearted for its gravity. Downright bizarre, is it? Well, let me just say that it's high time we faced such a sight. Our next destination is District 14. In other words, Manager Dante, we are now en route to N-Corp. So we are going there after all. N-Corp. Plenty of faces there I'd rather not see. As the rest of the sinners voiced their various gripes and discontent with N-Corp, Mersault, who probably had the most amount of history with the wing, simply flipped open his newspaper like usual and began reading it with the same unchanging expression. As though for him, none of this changed anything. Now departing. Vroom vroom. With that, the bus resumed its journey to yet another tale. Honestly, great interval though. Like, lots of information about Ryoshu, more snippets about Gregor. Some development about the science too. Really interesting. And
officializing the fact that we are going to Incorp next. Honestly, yeah, really great, great interval though, and also the not gonna lie, the Rufo fight was like really cool, and also lots of Otis lore. The fact that she called the prescripts gods. We got a more in-depth look at the raid, especially Fauvism, but still, you know. Emile Benoit is probably going to reappear later in the story. Yeah, honestly, really good, really solid interval. But yeah, guys, so you know, this is going to be all for today's stream. Hope you guys enjoyed yourselves. Hope you guys had fun. And yeah, all I have to say is see you till next time.